There's a bit of curbing on the right at start, so you want to brake pretty much alongside that. Avoid the sausage curb again, use a flat curb, run wide, don't get yourself onto this curb. I mean, you can go into the Astro and exit, it's a bit flatter, and then foot flat through here. And we're nearly at the end now, just a couple more turns to go. There's a sign on the right, you want to start aiming towards the corner, and then brake in a straight line, and then start turning, trail braking, use a bit of the curbing on the inside again, and start accelerating in second gear. And you can go straight towards the apex on the final corner, drift out a little bit, and then as you get through the corner you want to start accelerating again and hit another late apex, and then you can use all the track, even a bit of curbing if you need. And then from here on it's foot flat until the finish line. And on this lap I do a time of a 156.2, I believe. Yep, that's correct. And if I avoided a few more mistakes on that lap, I could have gotten to the 55s, which would have been ideal. But I hope you learned something from this lap guide, and if you did, let me know in the comments, and tell me what else you want to see on ACC, because I've gone through all the tracks in ACC now. We got, I think, Zandvoort coming in one of the future DLCs, which I'll do a lap guide on that.
Oh, I go to find out where you have been. Did we let you down? I tried it all, but you shut me out. But I can't turn you. I know that you feel getting brighter every day. Take your chance for two hands. Hold on for dear life. I'll be there to help you stand. When the moment's right.
Hello there, everybody. Looks like my camera has crashed once again. Wow, what a surprise. But anyways, welcome everybody to the stream. Today we're going to be watching the Amigos 300, 5 hour, but 300 minutes that is, endurance race at Silverstone. Sharing commentating duties with Aces, Alex, who you guys might know by now. And yeah, I'm excited to get into this one. We're going to be doing qualifying together. And then afterwards, it's going to be him for the first 2.5 hours. And then it's going to be me to finish off the job. That sums about up everything. We should get started soon. I believe the briefing is underway, if I saw that correctly. So, yeah, I can't wait for this one. Right, 51 minutes. What's going on? Please tell me it'll reset the server or something.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your timings are amazing.
I mean, timing is my middle name. You know that, right?
Exactly.
I'm not very good on it. And indeed, it looks like the Discord thing did crash. That's weird.
Oh,
I don't know what happened. My key 29 randomly started spinning, and that seems to have crashed every.
I did also hear a Windows.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes again. I don't know what's going on. My key 29 keeps spinning.
I think we are back now, and hopefully the server does actually reset him. Otherwise,
are you back?
We are going to be waffling for 50 minutes straight.
Yeah. But once again, I had the same issue. I'm just gonna unplug the entire thing, I think, because I don't know what's going on. It once again kept spinning. I don't know why it does that randomly times.
What is it?
Keeps calibrating. Like, and then my microphone gets disconnected, my camera gets disconnected, my headset audio gets disconnected.
Right, if you need to take 10 minutes or so, just say in chat. No waffle.
Yeah, you do you. I'm just gonna really quickly unplug that thing. So enjoy some beautiful podcasts here by Aces, as always.
Solo podcasts are back, baby.
Oh, they are. Yep, turn on that auto
This time with COVID.
Yeah, this time we've got COVID. Yeah. Wait, you do? You tested or?
That's exactly why. I've been losing my voice. So.
And there he goes again.
While we are waiting for that, we do see quite a few people in our chat. Welcome in. Obviously, if you are new around here, this is the Amigos Racing's first ever endurance race here at Silverstone. Probably the best track. No bias at all from me. 5-hour race. I think it's 27 teams are signed up, but we are missing 6 teams at the moment, it seems. However, it seems we are just seeing them joining in now. But we should see a server reset due very soon. Otherwise, we will be running quite late into the night. And I feel bad for Ricky, who has to do the final stints here. Obviously, both of us being commentators here.
I've just unplugged something, but I don't know, fixed everything.
What have you done now?
I've unplugged what I believe is my wheel. We're about to find out, I guess. Yeah, the light's no longer on. Should be fine.
So we have just seen the session skipped onwards now, so we are going to
finally.
start seeing qualifying here at a very sunny Silverstone.
Oh yeah, that's a
Hopefully.
surprise. Sun in the UK.
Wait until Donington, mate.
Oh, I can't wait. Why is this happening? Why? Do you
No,
see it?
that's because your wheel's calibrated. Just yeah, that's fine.
Ah, right. Everything's working perfectly. Wouldn't be a
Behind the
Ricky stream
scenes.
about that. Oh, there he goes again. What's going on? Come on.
As we can see the menu screen here,
Once
we do
again,
just
my
see
camera's
19
crashed.
minutes left of qualifying. Every car seeming to stay in pits for the time being. It is an optimum track though, so shouldn't have to be waiting. There is no for ART, but hopefully it goes well here, as we do have quite a few teams here and quite a few drivers that we do recognise here from ART. Quite a big track, so qualifying shouldn't be too bunched up here, but it seems everyone has gone out at around the same time. However, there are a few smart cars that have just waited a tiny bit longer there to try and break the gap between the field, which they seem to have done successfully as we go to language connectors now for them. However, we do see the first cars going on to their hot lap here, and they are very bunched up, so this is where we're going to see the unfortunate part of our cars underway, because they've been held up by slower cars, and that's why you should always create a gap for yourself. As we go on to Wellington Straight now.
Well, it's just a matter of waiting now until we figure out if everything's gonna stay the way it is or just completely stop working.
If that's the case, I'll just broadcast the film.
Yeah, but it's weird because like, so I hear like a small pop in my headset, right?
Yeah.
And then
Is
it's
your
like,
PC getting enough power?
yeah, it's not doing anything it normally wouldn't. But then like my G29 like spins, right? It does the calibrating thing randomly. And then as a result, my headset, like suddenly I hear a pop into it and I just stop losing, like I can't hear anything anymore. My microphone is automatically like somehow turned off, and so is my microphone. Sorry, so is my webcam. That's just so specific, right?
It sounds like you're getting a power issue from your USB ports.
Yeah, could be.
If it doesn't fix, try restarting just before start of the race, and we'll hopefully get broadcasting going again. And if that doesn't work, I'll take over the stream duties.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But for now, it seems alright.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, exactly. I've turned on the auto cam, hoping that that does its thing. I'm gonna manually observe the first few places. I think I'm gonna go. It seems to be stuck on Daniel Pumis now. I don't know if that's normal, but hasn't changed person once. That's why I'm kind
Maybe
of
try.
worried.
It might have disconnected the auto cam. Just try and look.
Alright, enabled it again.
Yeah, now just wait for the priorities to go up, and we'll see now.
I don't even see the
camera views.
priorities. Oh, now they do. I just had to reconnect.
There we go.
I don't know.
Yeah, we've changed cars now as well. So I
Alright,
think that might
perfect.
be a high-mo setup car. Possibly. If so, high-mo setups, very good setups. From experience, I've used them, and I know quite a few of the high-mo setup developers. Nice people. They are very good drivers, as you expect from a professional setup.
More professional than we are, that's for sure. I think it's fair to say, right?
I'm losing my voice. Your PC's not being
Yeah.
a PC.
My PC is being a very, I don't know how to say it rather, but it's interesting to say the least. But the thing is, I have a powerful PC, and everything was working fine, but it's always with the G29. Like, as soon as the G29 is just not in, it's completely fine. Which, then again...
Are you using... Do you know what type your USBs are?
Sorry, mate, what did you say? I can't really hear you over the fucking in-game sound. The cars are really loud here.
You can change it with your num keys, by the way.
You can?
Yeah, with the minus and plus.
But I've bound those to other things.
No, never mind then.
Yeah. Maybe not a good shout, I don't know. But well, doesn't matter much, I guess. At least everything's working and I'm gonna be offline for the next upcoming bit anyways. Every time I hear a little lag spike, I get scared, because then it like does that.
That's just people joining the deliveries, I think.
Yeah, it is, but you know, you never know. And that's scary, right? Well, anyways.
We'll find out soon.
We'll find out eventually. Now, Silverstone's a track I believe everybody knows by now, right? I've done it a couple times in Amigos, I believe, but it's not that popular. But obviously this is a little bit of a line spin-off of the official Silverstone 300, which I'm not exactly sure when that's hosted, but it's one of the most...
April 27th.
But it's the same time as the BTCC opener.
Hang on.
Yeah, that is. That's also 27, 28, I believe.
Hey Siri.
But you are still coming to Donington. I don't care.
No, it's the shit. It is the city. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Yeah, I'm still going Donny, so...
Yeah, you're going to Donny. You don't have a choice,
okay.
mate.
I don't have a choice anymore.
Nope, you don't.
Bit
So
of
anyways...
context, quite a few of the people from the ART are going up to Donny from the BTCC on the 27th. Should be good fun if it's not raining. But it is April, and it's the UK.
Exactly. It's April in the UK, so I'm not having, you know, high hopes here. Let me just say it like that, right?
Oh, high hope, no high hopes, just say low hopes to no hopes.
I mean, see, the Dutch optimism here makes me want to believe that for once it will not rain in April. Just because I'm there.
Alright.
At least that's my theory. I don't know if that's true or not, but...
You think? Picture's gonna be short.
Oops, that's the wrong key. Why is it not letting me do that anymore? Everything breaks, as always. Oh well, I guess it happens. I don't know why it's all acting weirdly now, but it's alright. Just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. Nothing else that I can do.
Just 12 minutes left of qualifying, coming closer now to the halfway mark of qualifying, as we have just seen quite quick lap times being put out on track already. 57 dead is the fastest lap time. Quite a huge gap between, well, was quite a huge gap between first and second, but it does seem Mr. Young has just managed to put himself up and down on lap times. However, we just saw the leader go for a 56.9 there. We might just see some very, very quick lap times, if already that's not a quick lap time, because I still think a 59 is a quick lap time.
I mean,
second 1.7.
I was doing 205s at best, so yikes.
I can do a low 58 on a good day.
A good day? What about on a bad day?
I'm in the wall.
Fair enough, mate. Can't argue with that. So anyways, well, I think this is also my first endurance that I'm doing. I don't think I've ever done a race longer than 90 minutes when it comes to broadcasting.
Welcome to the dark side, I'm just saying that.
Yeah. I don't know how we're going with things, and I'm also kind of scared. But I think we're gonna be alright. I think, you know, at least my wheel's behaving now that it's unplugged. Makes me believe that we'll be okay.
Must be after a 17-hour broadcasting session, it usually goes fine. You just have to waffle a lot.
Yeah.
Which I think we're good at.
I'm good at, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what comes naturally to me. But, you know, it's a little bit optimistic to say that I think that it's going to be possible for me to do that for hours straight. But 2.5 I'll definitely manage, so as long as you fulfill the other 2.5. And then you're doing pit skill afterwards, right? Or
I'm
did you already
doing
do
pit
that?
skill. That's 7:30.
That's, oh,
So it's very close, and then luckily tomorrow I've got an off day, and hopefully my rig arrives today, so that's going to be...
yeah. I still need to assemble my rig, but I still don't get around to it.
If I manage to assemble my rig quicker than you...
Yeah, but mine's half broken, so that's why, to be honest. Like, I don't want it to be like that, but I kind of have to.
Just need to try and find some new seat rails, I think was the issue.
Yeah, fair enough. That's basically how it goes, yeah. But I think, like, I think it's just not as bad as I thought it would be. Like, I feel like I can definitely fix it.
I reckon you definitely can as well. Just need to put some persuasion to
Yeah,
it.
last time I did that, I got hurt, so...
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Cut myself. Yeah, not great. And then and I'm kind of scared to work on it because, like, I'm afraid to break things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got the base ready and I've got the monitor stand ready. It's just a matter of getting that fucking chair on. So, yeah.
The chair is the most difficult part
Yeah.
from doing rigs in the past. I hate doing the seat. You usually have to have 2 people, but...
Yeah, I mean, it seems alright. I mean, it's just the slider. The rest is already assembled, so... Just the slider on one side that's broken. The rest should all be okay. And of course attaching it to the base, which I don't know how difficult that is going to be, but...
I reckon we're going to do an endurance race together.
Sorry, what you
Me
say,
and
mate?
Chris. Me, you and Chris doing an endurance race, that would be... When your rig's done.
Oh, I mean, I'm scared,
You're not a fan of
dude.
endurance races.
Well, it would be fun,
What are
I
you
guess.
scared about when it comes to endurance racing?
I'm scared of racing in ACC when everybody's so much quicker than me.
Me. Also, have you just noticed that P23 has the race number 1000?
I didn't even know that was possible, to be honest.
It's not possible. That's a bug.
Oh, right, interesting.
The max you can go up to is 999.
Yeah, I figured. I thought, like, wait, surely there's not more than 3 digits, right?
No, I've raced it. Do you want to go on to car 1000? I want to see the race number on the car. And I want
Yeah,
to see
I
if it
clicked
says
on it,
1000.
but it doesn't work.
Oh, this is going to
Yeah,
go.
see,
right.
it kind of does something.
Oh yeah, you need to disable auto.
I need to save what? Sorry?
Disable auto check.
Oh, right, otherwise it would put me back. Ah, it's 0.
Oh, it's 0.
It's just 0. I don't know if that's meant to be.
Probably not.
Most likely not, in fact.
Yeah, not.
Alright, remind me to lower the game volume a little bit after the qualifying. So now you're kind of low. Or you've started to set farther away from your mic, I'm not entirely sure.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better, yes.
Now I
just
feel like
eat your
a
microphone.
rapper.
Yeah, that was maybe a little bit too close, because I can hear all the spit coming out of your mouth, but...
I can spit.
Oh, it sounded like it. It's like that. I can't do that. I have mic filters on. You can't hear it.
Oh my! Oh yeah, you got. Yeah.
Like the puff.
Oh.
Yeah, like you know when like, whenever you say the word like
let's
pop
stop
or
talking
something.
about spit. Should we actually go on with the race?
Nah. One of
Okay,
those
we
where
can
we treat it semi-seriously because well, I really can't be arsed doing this for 5 hours. Neither can you. I mean, you do serious broadcasts for very long, right? Oh, interesting. We now have number 1001 in the server as well. I don't know
Like
what's
going to
going
be
on.
their qualifying position.
Well, is he starting like 17 laps behind then, or what?
That would be kind of funny.
I mean, it's ACC. You never know how these things go.
I've got so little energy already. I'm doing 2.5 hours.
We've only just started, mate.
Man, I'm getting a coffee halfway through this.
I mean, I don't blame you. Right, it makes sense, but...
I'll probably stay on for longer as well. Because podcast time later, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah, obviously. Forgot about all of that.
Oh yeah. Mind the Gap Racing.
Mind the Gap.
Can't
Yeah,
we do
we've
actually-
got 3 teams actually called Mind the Gap, I believe. Or
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they're
sure.
quite a bigger. I've heard of them before actually.
oh, they're all Portuguese as far as I could tell.
I'm trying
well,
to think what league I remember them being in.
we've got multiple teams that run multiple teams. For example, we've got Mind the Gap, which has 3 teams. We've got Late Break Racing with 2. We've got LFI with 2 as well. And we've got Valleys Motorsport, which is competing with a record 4 cars in the entire event. So that makes me believe that they're definitely bigger organizations if you want to, allow for something like that to happen.
This is when I wish I still owned my team. Because I kind of like just watching and still managing teams, but
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you want, we can talk about it. If you want to start like a team, sim racing, hit me up.
I used to
have an
own quite a
organis-
major one actually.
Oh, if you ever decide to
then-
start one and recruit, we have an organization that can maybe get you guys stuff as well. So
This is a plug-in.
yeah, this is a plug. Senshi Esports, much love to the boys. Sorry, had to do that. It's fine. They don't pay me nearly enough for me to not advertise like everything else I'm affiliated with. So
You know what? Fair enough.
that being said, if you want protein shakes, I can get you those.
Oh
Or
mate, I love
esports
protein.
jerseys, esports jerseys, musical equipment. I can do that as well.
Oh, I can put. Get me an audio mixer. I'll happily pay half price for an audio mixer.
How do you make? I mean, they probably have those, but the thing is, they only ship to the Netherlands, I believe, so it might be tricky. But
Oh yeah, well, Brexit, being Brexit.
oh yeah, not yeah. I mean, at that point, you might as well buy it in your own country for probably
I-
cheaper.
Yeah, I spent 500 quid on import taxes for Fanatec and cried.
Wait, what? Are you crazy? 500.
Yeah, 20% of order thing.
What did you even buy?
So me and my friend decided we were gonna split, well not split the order, but order it to the same address so we don't have to wait. It's nearly as long time. So he got the DD2, I believe, or it's the DD1, one of the 2. You got the Porsche Cup rim and you got the V3 pedals. And I just went for the CSL DD, the McLaren, and I've actually got some new pedals coming from my first commentary paycheck. So
Yeah, nice, dude. I
very
mean,
interesting.
I'm still on the G29, which, well, gets the job done, but only just about.
But yeah, there's a difference between me and you. You fully broadcast. I'm a racer and broadcaster by heart.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and even then, sim racing isn't like my main thing, right? Like, 90% of the hours that I sit behind my PC working are, well, hours that are always basically, Counter-Strike. I do sim racing maybe once or twice per month. Sorry, not per month, per week. So therefore alone, I think it's fair to say that, well, I wish I could invest as much, but unfortunately just not possible.
I always race on pit skill #ad, but still.
Hashtag ad.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, you were shaming me for the plugs. I see how it is.
Hey, you started this.
I did indeed start this. Yeah, I'm not denying that. But yeah, it's all good. I mean, it's fair.
No, I still got it. But now 3, 2 more.
Wait, do you know if it's able to, if I'm able to, like, for example, remove the interior cam because it's so loud compared to the rest? Is it possible to turn that off somehow with the auto cam?
No.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
that's. You just needed to. It's probably worth taking I
sorry,
don't
can't hear you
usually-
over the sound of an engine revving. Now I can hear you again.
Okay, what I was going to say is probably just turn down your master volume down quite a bit, so you might not be able to hear the in-game sounds as much, but it
Yeah.
won't be as deafening.
That's what I was thinking about in the first place. Yeah. Even now you can
Now
like.
you can't hear me.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do real quick is after the qualifying, so in about a minute, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower the in-game volume a little bit as well, or put your microphone a little bit louder, so probably a better balance rather than changing the entire thing. Because now you are also, less loud, which is, well, not what I want, So I'm just gonna only do the
Hang on,
in-game
let me just do a
sounds.
mic test. Let me do a mic test.
You're fine. I mean, you're fine, but just not when that one scene comes around, which does quite often apparently.
It doesn't help when I'm trying to speak quieter.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you were doing, I believe, because compared to the mic test, it was quite low, like when we did that an hour ago.
Yeah, because that was the first time I talked in about 24 hours, so...
Yeah, no, fair enough, mate, fair enough. You still had your energy back then, don't blame you.
Yep, just gonna get another coffee down here.
Yeah. Now, tell me a little bit,
Good one.
now that qualifying's over, well, not officially yet, most drivers are still finishing the last lap, but is there any team or individual you particularly think is going to excel at today's Silverstone race?
It would be good to see the ART boys further up the grid, because I don't know where they are currently, because I can't see
Chico
Chris
Lane
in
for
the
our
car.
David Hill, P10. Whoa, everything crash. Okay, never mind, we're good. Yeah, he's in P10. So,
I'd also probably like to see the supercharged boys up there as well. They're some good people as well.
yeah, they're good people. Now, I must say, I'm a big fan of Cole Mooney, but this time he's paired with Oliver Rusto Anderson rather than Aaron Holloway, which is what I was expecting. But Oliver, well, I've only got one memory of him, really, and that one memory was basically just him crashing it and sending it into turn 1. Like, taking out half of the field. I believe it was Monza, but apparently it was Hungaroring. That's the only like memory I've got from him.
I don't remember him. I remember you talking about it.
Yeah, season 12, I believe. Season 11. Maybe it was my first season, actually. I mean, it's been a while ago, but since then it's basically just disappeared off the grid. That was his last race with the Amigos lads, and now he's finally back. This time he hasn't chosen a meme car either. This time he's in the Honda rather than the... I believe he was driving in the Lexus back in the day. And that was before we used LFM Pop as well, so...
Whoa. Were you calling the
Yes.
Lexus a meme car?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Is that too hot to handle?
Yeah. That's
too
my boy. That's my boy car right there. That's where I
boy.
got most of my wins in.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Right. Well, just to devolume a little bit. Now I'm just quickly gonna adjust your volume a little bit as well. Now that should be fixed. Right. Well, gonna head into the Amigos. Oh God, there he goes again. Oh, why do you do this? It's so weird. My camera crashes and
What's
everything.
every endurance race I do, which I'm not broadcasting on, something has to go wrong.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do
I'm
is
not
I'm gonna
naming
just...
names or anything,
Yeah.
but SSRI, cough.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off my camera and try and reduce the amount of USB things that I'm using. The hopes
Yeah.
that does anything.
You shouldn't need your camera in for at least
No.
till the end.
Exactly. So I think I'm just gonna turn that off now. And then see how that goes. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. But... And we're doing a quick reset of the server, I believe. So yeah.
So the server doesn't explode.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not using a USB dock or anything either.
Oh, that's not gonna help. I've got about 8 USB docks, I'll be honest.
Yeah, but I was told that the USB docks are generally a little bit weaker. At least
Yeah,
that's
it's
my...
really marginable though. It all comes down to the actual, either the connection or stuff like that.
Yeah, but still, like, I don't know where this is coming from all of a sudden. I've unplugged my wheel. Other than that, I only have my keyboard in. And my headset and my webcam. And that's about it. So I don't know what the issue potentially even could be.
Oh, let's just hope it doesn't happen again, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if it's like it has to be the USBs, right? But
It doesn't have to be the USBs, it could be anything. It could be a motherboard related issue.
yeah, I hope not. It's a brand new PC, mate.
Fair enough. I'm hopefully what's it called? Because I don't know what race it was. I think it was ART. A few races back, it might have not been that one. But my PC fully died. Maybe an hour before the race, and I found out it was the motherboard. So with half an hour left to go, I fully stripped out my PC and put a different motherboard in.
I mean, the thing is though, I mean, this is it's a very modern motherboard. It's like copper as well, so I don't know what the issue could be. But I have
Power
noticed.
supply?
Oh, I doubt it as well. It shouldn't be the PC. That's the thing. Obviously, it could be something configuration wise, but like it shouldn't be. So I'm kind of clueless here, and with the wheel getting, like randomly starting to spin, right? That makes me believe it might not even be the wheel, because like I think the wheel is having the same issue as everything else. The mic and the camera and everything else gets plugged in and plugged out for a split second. And that makes me believe that the same thing is happening to the wheel instead.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is power.
Yeah, but I don't know the exact motherboard that's in this, but
Do you know what graphics card you have?
3070 Ti.
Oof. Go on. I'm just thinking you might not have a strong enough power supply.
Yeah, but the weird thing is it's only been happening. Like, it was fine earlier, right?
Do you have some stuff running in the background that might be draining some stuff? As it says you're getting a CPU occupancy there.
No, it's just, I mean, it does fry my CPU when I have so much things open. I could try and close down some, I guess, that I don't need right now. Does anything? I doubt that. Can be closed, sure thing. Not very happy at the moment.
But yeah, we're about to go into the new server. This will actually probably be my last ART race for a while.
Yeah,
It's
that's
very
sad, mate.
sad, but I've got a different position. Unfortunately, it was a bit
A
of a
bit
good,
more monetarily, yeah.
a bit less voluntary, a bit more employed.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I will be joining the Pro League Racing people on Mondays from now on as well as FRL, Pit Skill, and Supercharged. So yeah,
Okay, I've just checked, right? My CPU is running at 15% speed when I'm in game. At some point, it like sparked to 25, so that shouldn't be it. My memory is at 50, consistent, because while I'm streaming everywhere, I've got no clue. That's the new server up, by the way.
well, let's just refresh your list, see if that's the issue.
All right.
I think it might be the Silverstone 500 test,
This one.
Yeah.
B. Not sure.
Hang on, I've just got an announcement in the ART. We are putting in the quality results now. The server will be... Okay, no, this isn't the right thing. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I just need to quickly go get something.
Yeah, and then I hope that the stream last's good enough. I hope that we can manage. That's just the only thing that I gotta say right now. All right, well, I think should be fine for now, and if not, then well, I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna have to wait for the server to be reset, and as soon as the server's up again, we're gonna get underway. I'm gonna try and restart the server again, so I guess we just have to wait. Okay. Well, this is all going wrong, but it's fine. I guess we'll figure things out like as soon as we go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I am back, and to answer the person's question in chat, quali will not be restarted. What is currently happening is we're doing a server changeover for the race. What will happen is the admins are currently putting in the server results, the quali results, and it will be manually put into the server input. And the formation will be ready for the race wherever you were, what's it called, qualified.
Yep. So, okay, I've just Googled the matter. Turns out it can't be my... So if the USB ports are not providing enough power, it's not the power supply, because that is unrelated to USB power.
How can it be unrelated to USB power if that's the only power source from a PC?
I'm just reading out whatever they say on Reddit, so that's embarrassing because I study IT. I should know this stuff.
Oh yeah, same here.
Well, people are saying that it could be just faulty driver or anything, so I'm just gonna reload all the drivers and kind of stuff, right?
So people in chat, I know there's still quite a few people in chat. I'm going to repeat what I just said a few minutes ago. The quali will not be restarted. Wherever you did qualify is your final position for the race. What is currently happening is we're having a server changeover for the race. Your qualifying place will be inputted into the server, and the exact qualification grid will happen for the race. As we're still waiting for the server to go up, we will be a tiny bit behind schedule, but this is all to be expected. This is obviously the first ART endurance race, and they're more than capable people to do it.
Yeah, I mean, well, it'd be nice if they had capable people behind the microphone as well, but...
Oh, yeah, that's a really good thing, but, podcasts are back,
Yeah,
just like Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we record one IRL at Donington? Just come there, taking my professional microphones with me. Just set up a table
I'm
in
sure
the
security will love that.
in the grass at Donington. You hear the cars roaring in the background. Sounds kind of good, no?
Well, it sounds good and terrible.
I don't think so. Also, I like I'm just doxing my full name as well on the main menu.
Oh, my full name's fine on stream. It's
Yeah, I mean,
been done before.
don't really care about it either, but...
Well, I mean, I accidentally leaked my flipping address in ART yesterday.
And what are they gonna do? Show up at my house? You're more than
same
welcome
here.
to.
To be fair,
Will be ready.
I am encouraging you to show up to my house. Anyone, if you have the flipping,
Mate,
like the determination to show up to a house, that is fair play.
I mean, I'd have to
I
take.
live in Wales, so I don't think you're gonna come anywhere near me.
What's the nearest airport in the first place?
Cardiff.
Cardiff, right. Well, Cardiff. How much
Stop
are
bloody
tickets
taking
to
notes.
Cardiff? Yeah, no, I'm going on Skyscanner as we speak.
To be fair, I can literally see Cardiff Airport from my house if I look in the right direction.
Oh, you can?
I'm under the flight path next to the RAF base as well.
Okay, wait, I'll just Google, yeah?
You know what, I'll just give you my address at this point.
Yeah. Wait, it takes me 215. No, 163 is the cheapest, but then I gotta go to Belfast first, which I'm not doing. So
I like Belfast. Belfast is a great place.
Amsterdam to Cardiff would cost me 202. Go there and go back.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
But that's if the planes won't be delayed, because we usually get some bad weather here. But I live in a really nice town, in my opinion. My town is older than America. Well, before America was founded. Just to let you guys know. Don't dox me.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't really care if you dox me.
All right. just waiting for the server restart. Don't think there's been a ping out yet.
Oh, I've just dropped BBs all over my floor. Oh, this is not going to be fun. I'm going to be finding BB bullets for years now. Don't ask why I have BB guns. I just like BB guns.
I mean, isn't that like, wait, are BB guns the same as airsoft, or are those
Yeah,
unrelated?
the exact same thing. It's just they use BB pellets.
All right. Well, that's a cool hobby though. To be fair, I don't really have hobbies. I just sit here behind my monitor staring at desktop icons.
Well, yeah. Well, I was training to go into military route, but that wasn't going to happen during COVID, and I still have my airsoft. I've got two quite big airsoft guns behind me on display, and then I've got
Okay,
a drawer
I've
full
changed
of.
my mind. I'm not coming to your house.
And I've got like a plastic chest of drawer full of hand airsoft guns. 'Cause, you know, why not?
I like how
And attachments.
I like how when I look at flights to Cardiff, it's cheaper for me to fly to Belfast first and then get on a plane to Cardiff again. I like, how is that even logistically a thing?
It's because Cardiff Airport's got quite. Actually, no, it doesn't really have a small runway because I see a lot of 747s and A380s.
I don't know
Because
anything to be fair about airports. I just know that the plane
I'm
gets me
quite
from
an
A
geek.
to B, so I'm happy.
Well, fun, interesting fact to anyone who's actually into aviation: the final Boeing 747 is actually grounded at Cardiff Airport at the British Airways Centre, and I can drive past it. Same with the Aston Martin factory; that's quite close as well.
We've got absolutely nothing. It's just fields.
I've also got a racetrack flipping a 10-minute walk from me.
Yeah, I mean, I can in a 15-minute bike ride. I'm at the TT Circuit Assen, so if only I
Maybe
was
give it
into
a refresh.
motorcycle racing.
There's been an update. Chris is now input all of the teams ready for the race. We should start to see the server being put up any minute now. Keep spamming F5 if you can still do that on ACC. While I keep trying to track my parcel of my rig.
You're a lucky bastard, man, with your rig and everything. I mean, I wanted to like take, sim racing more seriously, but I've got no time. I work 7 days a week, dude. Like, how am I supposed to?
I respect you so highly for that. My voice has been going
Yeah, but
from
to be
doing
fair,
5 a week.
like you also gotta see it like this, right? In Counter-Strike, most weekdays I'm working, but I'm working for like an hour. That's like including, usually that's like the game is like 45 minutes, so in that sense it helps, I guess, right? It makes it very like easy to do.
Just going to quickly say this, the server should be going live in T-minus 10 seconds or so. Be aware, driver 1, who is the team manager on SimGrid, needs to join first. Hopefully you know that by now. Otherwise, ACC will bug out and you won't be able to join, leading to a join error. And that will be you out before the race even starts. Any more info? Yeah, there'll be a 5-minute practice session going straight into the race. The practice is just for every team to get in to the server. As we now see, the server has been put up, so get yourselves in that server now. We've got about 4 minutes left of the practice session, I feel like. And we do see quite a few teams are back in. We are still missing probably about 6 teams or so.
Yeah, but we're getting somewhere, right?
We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully set up here. So it's just a matter of turning on the autocam again. And then letting it do its thing. And then hoping that things go right. Well, as soon as qualifying is over, free practice is over, we're immediately hopping into the race. And therefore I can finally eat my dinner because my mom's screaming at me as we speak. She's not happy about it.
Go now if you want.
Yeah, but then I will have to click on drive again for the race.
Oh, yeah. You have to wait about 8 minutes, I realise.
Yep, that's true.
Or what are you having for dinner then? Let's have food review. With
See, I
Ricky.
don't know if this works in English. It's like very hard to just explain. But it's very Dutch food. It's called stampot. I'm gonna
What's
try-
in it? What's in it?
Okay, I'm gonna just like I'm just gonna look this up on Wikipedia because I've got no idea how I am supposed to explain this. Okay.
Just like the Civ incident.
Okay. Google. Yes. Why is it only in Italian and Frisian and not in English?
Because us English are the greatest.
Okay, here we go. Stampot. Mashball is a traditional Dutch dish made from a combination of potatoes mashed with one or several vegetables. So in our case, it's kale. It's like mashed potatoes with kale, and then you add. Yeah, what do you add? Good question. Kale, some milk, butter, nutmeg, salt, pepper. And you eat it with
Is it
some
just
sausage.
basically a potato meal?
Nah, potato with some mashed vegetables. You can do kale, or you could do carrots and onions, or
I don't know.
I don't know. It's I like it, but it's not very popular for a reason.
I can respect vegetables, I'll be honest.
I'm a vegetable enjoyer, dude.
I'm a vegetarian.
Are you?
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry to hear that,
unlucky.
mate.
Yeah.
Wait, but by choice then, I assume, or
Yeah.
yeah, not like your parents were forcing you to eat vegetarian food, right? Nah.
No, 7 years now.
Oh damn, dude. That's half your life essentially.
Now you say that, bloody hell.
Wait, why though? Were you like, I feel bad for the animals, or was it just like, I don't like meat, or what was like the reasoning behind that?
Well, before COVID, I was actually training to be a racing driver, and I didn't want to, say, gain pounds in a way. So I put myself on a diet, which I'm still on, because I'm just used to it now, and I don't want, what's it called, intolerances to food, which can be led to gluten intolerances and stuff like that if you go on to foods very quickly. So it's more kind of just keeping it down and keeping it more on water white. But yeah, just trying to keep on that.
No, I mean that makes sense, but for me, like I can't live without my steak, dude. And I mean, I can't go to the UK without trying a sausage roll from Greg's. Like,
No. Even though I'm a vegetarian, you need to try a flipping vegan sausage roll, bro. They bang.
yeah, are they good?
They're, if you go on like Twitter or something, you'll see they're probably one of the best things there. And that's not biased at all from me.
I wonder why the vegetarian guy would say that. Yeah, but fair enough.
I'm just trying to think what you need to. I reckon I'm gonna buy you half the flipping store and give you a tasting.
I mean, I would be down, to be honest. Like, I mean, I'm staying in Stapleford most likely, so quite close by, and then Aaron's gonna give me like a lift. So I saw there's an Aldi, but I haven't checked if there's a Greg's yet.
Oh,
mean-
Audi is such like. I think they call
Aldi,
their Red
yeah.
Bulls like flipping Blue Cow or something.
Yeah, obviously, because it's all fake brands, and it's quite.
Innit?
I don't know how it is in like the UK, but in the Netherlands and in Germany, it's kind of like a budget. It's not a budget supermarket, but it's like relatively low end. So of like, you know.
Trying to think what other things we do. How long are you in the UK?
Friday to Monday, yeah.
More or less 3 days.
Yeah, roughly.
The fact is with Donington Park, it's kind of nowhere near stuff.
Yeah, no, I figured, mate. I figured that out. Right, perfect. Thanks, we should. Yeah,
We are
we're in.
just what, the 5-minute warm up, and I'll probably see you in 2 hours then or something
Yeah,
like that.
should be fine. I mean, think about it this way. I don't need to do anything now, right? I could just wait. It does its own thing.
Is the auto camera on?
No, my camera is.
auto cam.
Auto cam. Yeah, that cam's on. Yeah, I turned it on.
Otherwise, we've got the leader for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't
on.
change
It's
anything.
on.
It's on. All right. Well, I'm gonna mute myself in both Discord and in Streamlabs. If there's anything, send me a message on Discord. I have notification on.
Sweet.
Check
I'll
out,
see you in a bit. Enjoy
you know.
your mashed potato.
And vegetables. Don't forget the vegetables.
Yes, the finest cuisine.
Are you, as a British person, making fun of other people's cuisine? I don't think
Mate,
the
beans on
UK...
toast on top, mate. Don't know what you're asking about.
I've never had beans on toast.
Yeah, I probably don't.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Oh well, I'll see you later.
In a bit. That is Ricky gone for the time being now, as we still got about 3 minutes and 50 before the start of the session. And we've got the very long qualifying, the formation lap. So we've still got quite a while. We've got about, I'm going to say 8 minutes here. That's 8 minutes of me waffling, as I am actually going to put my stream timer on there. For I think it is 2 hours and 30 minutes of a stint. As Ricky goes to eat his rabbit food. Joe's going to appreciate me saying that if you watch this back. But 2:01 in game time here. We should end at around, I'm going to say, 2:10ish. Delayed start. So what has happened there, Dara, is we've had what is a server reset. This has just happened to keep the servers and potentially give less risk of a DDoS attack. What they've had to do is, after qualifying, they've disconnected the server, but they've then had to manually input all of the qualifying results into the new server. So we just had a 5-minute free practice start there, and then we went straight onto the race now. But yeah, delayed start. I think we were supposed to be starting. Actually, what time were we supposed to be starting? Let me look at the schedule. Yeah, we were supposed to be live. Oh yeah, we're about a good half an hour behind schedule here, which isn't great. I've got about 6 hours of commentary ahead of me. I've got this, then I've got pit skill, then I've got potentially a 24-hour race to do. So I've got quite a lot to do, and I'm still recovering from COVID. So just gonna have to wait and see there. I'm gonna say this now. This is actually going to be my last broadcast for a while with ART. I have to thank Chris and the admin team very, very much for my time, my very short time here. I did live stewarding for a part of season 13, and I did the broadcasting for season 14, but I have been offered another position at PLR for the time being. But I should be able to do one-off events and stuff. Show us the grid liveries. I can't. So what's currently happening is Rick is in charge of streaming for today, because I was in charge of streaming on Wednesday, so we're just balancing it out. We're on auto camera, so that's why you'll start to see the cameras flickering, and you'll see the cars change. Ricky's not doing that. That's all automatic, as he's going to eat his rabbit food. Yeah, like that. We'll definitely be able to see the I would do a grid walk. I usually do a grid walk during my broadcasts, but at the moment it does seem we're not going to be able to have one. But I'm sure we'll be able to see deliveries when we start the race. There's quite a few people in chat. Welcome all in. Obviously, this is the ART's first endurance race here at the best track in the world, Silverstone. As it seems, all of the cars are in the grid place correctly. For the time being, everyone there in the red tag, which is quite surprising that they're using the red tag and not the white tag. But we'll have to wait, as it seems we've only got 23 teams in here today, I think. So I have to keep checking out my window because I've got a delivery that's supposed to be taking place in the next half an hour or so. I'll try to preserve my voice as much as possible because I don't have a lot of voice left, as we do just see the max wait time has gone here, so we'll start seeing the cars. There we go, we'll start seeing Lucas Basak there, going there in P1 for Hymo Racing. Is there a VOD or a replay from the Silver and Am Racing Supercharge? last Wednesday. And so that, yes, there is. If you go on my personal YouTube channel, Aces 444 Racing, you'll see round I think 3 and 4. They're both posted on YouTube. They'll be on there, but I think it's still under the 7-day period, so it should still be on my Twitch channel as well. Both are there as options. Obviously, the YouTube is more as an archive because of the unfortunate 7-day YouTube scheme. Until I go on affiliate, then I have it for a month. So I'm just saying, drop a follow on that as well. But obviously, subscribe and like here to Amigos Racing as well, because this is a brand new channel started up this season. And I think we've gained about 50 subscribers already, which is great to see. I think we are coming up here onto Hangar Straight here now. The cars weaving, quite a few cars there. Didn't get to see the entire pack there, so it does seem like there are quite a few cars here today. Do see a few teams. Just very competitive lobby here today. I think the qualifying time was a 56.9. It might be a bit slower, which is mental time there by Lucas Basak. Starting the race, obviously a 5-hour race, so around, I'm going to say 5 pit stops they're going to be doing tonight. I think it's a 75-minute stint timer. Could be wrong there, but if you want to try eliminate as many pit stops as you can do, so about 5 or 4 pit stops some cars are going to do, as some cars fuel economy are a lot better than the others. Going into Vale now. Just later on in the races though, because I think even though I've got my 2 hours and 30 stint, I'll probably override into that as well and go on to podcast time with Ricky later on as well, which usually never ends up well if you saw the last race. But we're not as bad as Cole from Supercharged Motorsport. Obviously, they are still, well, no, they're using the ACC BOP here now for this race, I believe. As you can see, it has evened up the playing field quite a bit, quite a few variety of manufacturers, but it does seem Ferrari and McLaren are the leading ones at the moment, as we do just see going into, I'm trying to remember what this is called. So you've got Woodcote and you've got Luffield, that's it. God, I don't even know my home track. Just see now coming into the final part of the field before Woodcote now, as we are close to go green here for the first ever ART endurance race here at Silverstone. Getting ever so closer there to the green light. Past Woodcote. Cars now formatted in twos. So we do see the leader creeping ever so closer to the green light, as we are now about to go green here at ART Silverstone, as we are now green here for the 5 hours Silverstone 300 here, as we go in with Lucas Basak. Gets past quite nicely, gets quite a nice start there, and it does seem I can't hear any carnage just yet, as we do see Lucas is getting a bit of moves done there, but he is just getting a bit of a gap. However, we do see Darryl Young getting a lot of pressure there from the other Ferrari 13 behind him there from the big brain racing car. It does seem everyone goes through clean so far, which is good to see. No live shooting here, of course, today. Chris Taylor and all of the other admins are all in the car, I believe, as we do see 3 wide going into Welling. Well, that's not Welling, but Hangar Straight, sorry. Do just go still on board with P3 here. Doesn't seem, we do see down here though Nico trying to take a move there into the chicane, however loses the move there to the Optima Motorsport car there. And looking to get another move gone there by Holden there. Trying to go side by side into the straight. Hamilton straight doesn't seem to be working just yet in his favour. Trying to get the slipstream, but he also has the slipstream. But isn't as strong as the slipstream. Might get a tiny bit of dirty air, which will affect the cars, especially into the aero reliant corners, like these corners like Vale. Do you just see him trying to go a tiny bit closer? That doesn't seem to be working just yet though. Nico losing a tiny bit of time there to the Optima Motorsport car in front, which has caused Holden there to get ever so closer to Nico. In the interior cam here, we can just see, if you can see the rear view mirror, he is creeping up just a tiny bit, but he is losing a lot of time there to the Optima Motorsport, as we do see him going a bit wide there into left field. On board with Casterin now, trying to get closer to the McLaren of one of the admins, Levintar. I think probably going to get backlash for saying his name wrong. I apologise. We have had quite a few good races in the AMS2 together when the Le Mans pack came out. Seems everyone has completed their first lap, as we do just see the McLaren back there getting the move done just before the start of Maggott and Beckett's there. We do just see quite a few cars though, you see on the track map, doing their first pit stop already, which must be for damage. We do just see, I don't know who that is, I think that's Andres getting attacked there by the other Ferrari, and it seems it does just done that. Andres losing the position there from Young and goes up into P2 at losing a position. What's wrong with the stint timer? Right, yeah, the stream's running all okay. Enjoy your rabbit food, mate. What's wrong with the stint timer? I don't think there's anything wrong with the stint timer. Anything that is a problem, obviously report that to the admins, and they can hopefully go and get it sorted. I know Chris, I think the only admin that isn't racing, but I might be wrong there, is John Duds. I'm probably wrong though, so give a message or just go into the general chat and hopefully sort them out, but obviously be respectful towards them, because they have spent a lot of time going up this first ever endurance race for them. You do see, see what I mean, 32 and 29, quite far behind, probably a sector or so behind, and a sector in this, well, it's not like Nordjylland along, but a sector on such a long track like Silverstone is quite a big difference there, as we do just see Chico trying to get a bit close there to the Ferrari of Holden in front of him. This is racing with Dominic. He's not starting, yeah. With the other Amigos racing team here, Chico going through Corpse, however, we do see the Optima Motorsport car getting the inside line of the first bar of Maggott and Beckett, just gets it done before having to do the forbidden thing of going side by side here through Maggott and Beckett, which is never good to do. Five minutes into the race already. Seems no damage has happened so far. And then we do see a few slower cars back there. On the interior here with Patrick in P5, trying to get in closer to the Optima Motorsport car after unfortunately losing the position there to the Optima Motorsport car. We do just see Jack Holden though in the 2ID Racing team getting ever so close to that to Nico, who hasn't had much of a rest so far, always either trying to be defensive or offensive for this. We do see the first ever Pringles sponsored car. Now I want Pringles. It worked. That is a lot of our sponsorship that's went into that car, even though I don't think they're sponsored by them. Just showing the support between them. You see him losing a tiny bit of time there. Unfortunately, they're going into left field after Wellington straight. Does just break quite a bit later there. Then the McLaren of Nico trying to go through left field without any pressure. Doesn't seem to work though in Holden's favour though, unfortunately for him. And the gap car now. Great looking livery there. Team 32 had a stint time, had 0 minutes 0 seconds stint timer from the start, maybe the pit stop because of it. As we did just see yellow flag, but going, is this? I'm presuming they are set up correctly because every other car hasn't had the pit yet. So I have a feeling that might be a new ACC bug there, which hopefully gets sorted in the next hotfix update. But that is something that hasn't happened to any other team. We haven't had any complaints yet in the chat, apart from a few. It does seem though Chris Tedder's car also had the issue, which is very unfortunate for the people who are victims of that bug. But it's unfortunately going to have to be. He's still got 5 hours though to try and get. Unfortunately, that's something that we can't control here, because obviously all of the admins are racing apart from I think one or so. So obviously still 4 hours and 52 minutes though, so you've still got quite a bit of time though to try and make up positions. And it does seem the 29 and the 32 not fair. No, we're not going to be released on the server. I apologise, but we're not involved with any of the. We're not involved with any of the stewarding or any of the adminship here of ART. We are just simply broadcasting the race. If you can please refrain from talking about it in this chat and try not to stress out the admins too much either, please. We are aware of the stint issue timer that has occurred for a few cars. It is very unfortunate, but unfortunately it is just going to have to happen with it. It's something that we can't control now going into the race, because we're already around 20 to 30 minutes behind schedule, so we're not going to restart again unless there is any major issues that will happen throughout the race. But it does seem it is a few cars, and I feel like it is an ACC bug on their behalf, and even the admin's car of Chris Tedder, the owner of ART, had the issue as well. How can I contact the admins? There's a few ways you can. Just use the Silverstone 300 chat if you want to get involved with them. I have a feeling John Dodds is the only admin that isn't racing at the moment, as I can't see him on the grid, so just be careful. Just obviously be polite, be respectful to the admins. They're all very nice people here at ART. If there's any issues, obviously contact the admins. I wouldn't recommend DMing them directly, just use the Silverstone 300 chat, and if they ask you to proceed any further business, just go on with whatever they say. As we do see though, Adam is going side by side here with a 488, a car that we haven't seen for a while here in ACC, but it does seem Hewlett Racing Team is still side by side going into Corps. Are they going to have some sort of, we won't know, because the auto cam is so bad in ACC. There's a Patrick Diang is just going a bit closer there to Maggots and Beckett. It's still not enough at the moment to try even think of an overtake yet. Still about 2 or 3 car lengths between them both. do just see that Patrick getting very close to the Optimum Motorsport car there. Just manages to get on the brakes enough and anchor the car to refrain from hitting the back of the car. As we're back on board with the 488, who is now unfortunately behind Hewlett Racing team for them. They are still at risk though. Christie behind them, trying to get closer. Did anybody know if there was a stint timer for the rest of this race, or is it a free-star edge? I think there is a stint timer, but yeah, I think there is a stint timer. If I'm obviously don't take my word for it, and obviously there is, if you were in the driver's briefing, I think it would have been mentioned, but I think it's 75 minutes. It might be a bit longer. You have maybe just check if you're on the ART Discord, which hopefully you are if you went to the driver briefing, which is a mandatory thing, just to say all of the info should be in the Silverstone 300 chat. Obviously just ping the admins, hopefully they'll get back to you soon, or even better, one of the other participants can help you out. Again, Root, can we please stop mentioning any ACC bugs in chat? It's just, there's nothing me, Ricky, can do about it. We're just commentators for this purpose. There's going to be absolutely nothing we can do to help you. We're not administrators, we are just a broadcaster here. It's a, oh, sorry if I'm wrong, it's a 65-minute stint timer, as Chris has just stated. There's a QNOS issue as we have checked the server logs. There should be a 65 minute stint timer that's set on, obviously, the ART servers. And if they can't respond with it, we'll have to find out very soon. But obviously, yeah, please refrain from like stressing out the admins and stuff. They've got a lot to do during this race. If we can just, anything that can be done with the community, or even if I can help out on, I will try to do whatever I can to help you guys out. Do just see Patrick getting quite close to the Optimum Motorsport car. Doesn't seem to be getting too close, though, to try and think of a move, and obviously still close enough. As R will be back in 2 seconds. I just need to quickly go get something. I am finally back after we are now 60 minutes into this race now. Using Chico, trying to put some more pressure there on Holden to try and get into P6 there for the ART. I think that's the number 3. Why do we only follow one driver? We don't only follow one driver, so what we've currently got set up is I'm not in control of anything, Ricky's not in control of anything. but what's happening is we've got a piece of software made by a very, very good friend of mine of ATC Race Control. And it's got an auto count feature which uses a priority thing, and it's very what's the word? It's like I start very much there. It can be very buggy at times, but it's all about the priority system. As you can see, it does change cameras. It does change. It's all about gaps right now. This is the closest gap on the car, and it will be until there's another gap that's bigger. However, now we've just seen the car switch over there with Jack Holden because the priority has changed. I hope that explains it for you there. Barnas, I think it is. Usually, if it was an endurance race, obviously this is only a 5-hour endurance race, so we weren't planning on doing sections of streaming, changing over the servers, well, not servers, like the services of the stream. So what we're doing is just streaming it directly off Ricky's PC, and I get it shared on Discord. But if it was, like say, a 24-hour or a 12-hour race, we would take it in terms of broadcasting the race, and then we could be fully in control of it at the same time. And usually if you watch any of the other broadcasts by me or Ricky, it's not usually like this. None of us use auto camera if it's during a sprint race. I usually just use it manually, looking at the gaps. As we do see though, Christy is getting ever so closer to the 488 there. Quite a few people in chat still. Welcome on in, everyone who's in chat. This is my first stint for this 5-hour race. Obviously it's me and Ricky here. This unfortunately being my last ART race for the time being, as I am doing some other commentary work for another league from next Monday, which next week was going to be my break week for me, but I've got another 5 weeks of doing so. However, we do see now Optimum Motorsport getting attacked there by the Ferrari of Deing. Doesn't seem he's got any favour there, and it does seem the Ferrari does get past. However, we do see the other McLaren and Ferrari behind them of Nico and Holden also going at it. It does seem Holden just gets past in the nick of time before the end of Beckett's there. Do just see though, a big swerve there from Holden, it seems, trying to get past, trying to get the inside line. He tried and then swerves up very last minute to get the outside line, tried to get the full racing line, as it seemed he did get. However, this is for the battle for the podium here of P3, as it seems De Jong and Bouchek are both quite far up the road now, going into Vale they are. However, we do see these other cars in the grid now entering Vale now, so about a 10-second gap or so, no, 7-second gap we should see. If any team wants to do some interviews, actually, if we're going to do some mid-race interviews, let me know and I will get you in here. We'll do some mid-race interviews just to pass the time a bit. Just waiting for any more battles to spark up at the moment, as we do see this quite big pack going through. Magnets and Beckett's all quite similar paced here, but all trying to fight for P4 here, it seems. It does seem P3 is starting to make a bit of a gap for himself now. You just see though a bit of a side-by-side action there between two cars, but it doesn't seem to be working. Just yet, his favour. He is losing a bit of time there. Unfortunately, to P5. Holden obviously being quite a quick car to try and catch. We're now 30-ish minutes into this race now. We do see a car going slow there. I have a feeling that's the first lapse of traffic there from the McLaren. But it does seem we have seen a first 5-second penalty being applied there in P23 of the car 32 of the 296. I must say, if I'm not talking too much, I'm just going to give you a heads up now. I am struggling from COVID and I've got to do 2 more broadcasts after this, so I'm just trying to preserve my voice as much as I can and keep it quite equal between all 3, because you can probably see my voice is a tiny bit croaky today, which isn't great for a commentator. As we do see Daryl Young though, with Big Brain Racing, trying to put his nose out there. This is for the leads. Seem to go side by side there after the hanger straight, now going into the straight just before the chicane. It does seem Daryl Young has taken the lead for the time being, but can we see Bouchak trying to get any sort of move back? Obviously he still has the fastest lap of the race. I don't think it's by much if Daryl Young has caught up by this much. Would you see Castro getting pressured at by Solis behind him? Solis going a tiny bit wide. They're going into Vale. Obviously, the corner that's very sketchy for the first half an hour, but usually you can take a flat and then it starts when the tyres start to die off. Obviously, quite a hot track here. 30 degrees, obviously, around the optimums, around 25 to 27 degrees. So we're just a tiny bit above a warm track here at Silverstone. Obviously, at the time being, no rain is predicted, quite sunny, not many clouds in the sky as you can see in the weather radar in the top right. However, we also see no wind as well, so this is practically perfect endurance race conditions at the time being. I must say, we are seeing LMU, Le Mans Ultimate, coming out next month now, which is actually really exciting because I can tell you Chris Tedder, thinking car 99, I think, has not stopped speaking about LMU for such a long time now. And obviously we are very spoilt with the amount of games that are coming out this year, such as we've got LMU, AC2, and I think Grid Rivals have come out. GT Rivals, I think it is. I haven't heard of much of it. And also we are supposed to see the release of Rennsport, I think it is. Rennsport, I've tried Rennsport. I'm pretty quick at Rennsport for some reason, but I feel like it's a very Marmite simulator when it comes to the physics. Some cars, some people like it, some people hate it. I'm very in the middle of it at the moment. I just want the online races to become more and more populated. So we have seen quite a few. We are just also seeing Jack Holden there once again, a driver we've seen quite a few times during this race now. White close now to the Optimum Motorsport car. It's going to be a change for P4 now. This huge grid is starting to become a bit more broken out here, as we are starting to see the first layers of traffic brewing, as we have just seen Jack Holden taking too much curb and taking the grass. They're just managing to save the car, but loses 9 positions or so. No, 4. Ooh, no. Yeah, about 5 or 6 positions there, which isn't good. For Jack Holden, it's sort of 4 hours and 30 minutes to try gain them back. Obviously, it's not too much of a time difference between him and P4. He was originally losing a tiny bit of time to Jack Holden after Jack Holden's unfortunate little. It wasn't even much of an incident that happened. He just got on the grass for a tiny bit, which just caused him to lose 5 or so positions. But he is starting to gain them back now, slowly but surely. Though, car we haven't seen during this race so far. DRL livery trying to put pressure there on the 488. A retro Ferrari there in ACC. A tiny bit wide there though. There's a tiny bit of time there, and we have P40 who I can't really see his name. I think it's Wayne Green Jensen. That is a very, very long last name. Minutes into this race now. I'm very multitasking, trying to get this email sent out. And I'll be right back over with the live stream. Well, we do see, I think that's the side-by-side action now. Chico and the ART team quite high up in the orders now. Top 5 at the moment. He's trying to look to top 4 with the Optimum Motorsport car. He doesn't want to battle too much, as he does have quite a few cars behind him as well. He doesn't want to lose too much in the orders. getting the slipstream now. Huge training here, of course. Juice does not have the slipstream here. G-Code is at quite a higher advantage here. Going through the first parts of Mike Beckett's. No, we're not Mike Beckett's, I apologise, it was just Dale. I've texted the right person. Yes, I have. I thought I just texted the wrong person. That would have been quite awkward, I believe. So we are now, yeah, just coming close into the first, well, just over the first half hour now of this race. You just see Chico losing a tiny bit of time there though. The Optimal Motorsport car going through the hole, gets a lot of time there though. Loses it on the exit there. Is it going to be anything he can stop now? We just see if no one actually knows. We are actually now about to have the Daytona 24 Hours, which I also do have it on in the background. So this is absolutely luxurious. One of my favourite races of the year. Hopefully Mr. Daniel Morad's in this race. Very, very fast driver, Daniel Morad. I used to get to see him a few times in iRacing. He did win, as you expect from a pro LMP and GT driver. We've still got an hour and 40 till the start of the 24. So we've got the Raw before the Rolex 24 also happening in the background. Which is such a good race to see. However, trying to get back on with this race, it does seem like still has the fastest lap of the race, even though Darryl Young is now ahead of him after 20, maybe 10 minutes ago. Look, I can turn my lights on. You see behind him though, it seems Holden trying to go side by side there with Nico. It seems to be going into Wellington Straight now. It seems Nico does have the advantage as we've stopped seeing this. We do see a bit of a lunge there from Mind the Gap Racing, as we do see though behind them going into, oh my gosh, this is might get a bit interesting though, but however Nico does have the inside line there going into Woodcock. Is it going to be enough? Is there going to be a switchback or any sort of retaliation there from Holden? At the moment we can't see anything from happening. Nico just trying to get the slipstream now, going into Corpse. Seems to have quite a gain in the slipstream there, just staying behind him now, going into Corpse now. Very fast corner, but unfortunately not flat in GT cars. As we do also see another contester of Solace behind, ever so slightly creeping up, going into Magnus Beckett. Now it seems Jack Holden has lost quite a bit of time there to Nico, and now have to try and defend his place going into Hangar Straight now. To Solace, is it going to be enough? However, we do see quite a few cars behind him as well, so this could be a train that we're starting to see now. We do see side by side once again there further down, as I think that's Dominic Juice, the Optimum Motorsport car, getting the inside line through this corner after Hangar. Is there going to be a switchback there from Mind the Gap Racing car? It seems they are going to try go side by side there, going into the chicane. It goes for a swerve. They're trying to go still side by side as they are. Still has the inside line though, Dominic, going into both the end of the chicane and the fast right-hander now. It seems he still has the advantage there. It seems he got past just fine there. It seems that the Man the Gap car is going to try go for another array there. Castro, once again, maybe trying to go for a move from Vale. Doesn't seem to, losing quite a bit of time now, unfortunately. It seems, which is quite impressive to see how much time has been lost in such a small amount of time there. But we're on board the wrong car though. Nico trying to get away there from Jack Holden, who's currently under pressure there from that is going to be Solace. So we do just see, is that a bit of traffic? I believe that might be a tiny bit of traffic there. Solace still up in P8. Thomas honestly trying to go and look for a move there. Seems to just got cut off a tiny bit there by Solace there. Jack Holden, obviously a car that had quite a good start up into P5, but unfortunately in the exact same corner we're in now, going on the grass a tiny bit, losing a few positions earlier, going into the first 40-ish minutes of this race now. Gaps are starting to evenly spread out, but we still see this pack of cars definitely still around and about here. So you'll see the Bowers further down the pack with the other Mind the Gap car who was just battling earlier, the sister car of this. Seems though Tom losing another position there to Jack Holden, who's trying to get further back up the order, going through Hamilton Straight and Woodcock, forgot the other name, Luffield, sorry. And just loses a bit of time there by going wide, which opened the door there to Jack Holden to get past. As we are coming closer now to the first stint being complete for most of the drivers now. About, I'm going to say, 25 minutes until the first driver swap is completed there. Alex Jones though in the LFI car. We haven't seen yet today either in the orders, trying to go up through the positions here, trying to battle with that 488 that hasn't had much of a break today, but currently in no man's land now, quite a few seconds behind or in front of any cars. You just see that the side-by-side starting to occur here. Andre's trying to get past the Optima Motorsport car. He has dropped a few places now. Going into chicane doesn't seem to be working, and Optima Motorsport to McLaren's favour. It's Andre from the WKS racing car just gets past there. Is that going to be the pattern throughout this race? Is there going to be any sort of retaliation there from Juice in the Optima Motorsport car? At the moment, I don't see anything from happening too far back there to see if anything can happen. Bren Jones though in Race Racing car I do know actually quite well. Not well enough, but well. Valleys Racing League. Coming down in P18, still trying to battle here for P17 with the 998. Mind the Gap Racing BMW as he tries to go for a bit of a juke move there, going into Vale. Doesn't seem to be working for him, losing a tiny bit of time now. I'll quickly be back in 5 minutes actually, because I might I see Alex Jones is trying to get closer there to the 488, trying to go for a bit of a lunge. Doesn't seem he tries to go with anything. Nothing seems to materialise for him yet. We're back on board now, just after a little short break. I think I'll get some weight. Do you see Rue Castro now trying to get past though the Optimal Motorsport car, who has lost quite a few positions, starting in P5, pushing now down into P9 for the time being. Possibly P10 if he keeps getting attacked here by Solis. However, we have just seen the Minor Gap leading car for the Minor Gap team just going a bit wide. They've actually saved the car, but losing the position and possibly 2 or 3 here. Going into Wellington straight now to Zord, whoever has the best traction now. Hi John. Oops, wow, I'm suffering from COVID. So this is literally what I wouldn't want to be doing today. But I'm doing it for a good league. Great got a bunch of guys here at ART. But however, the gaps are starting to decrease now, or increase, sorry. Positions are starting to increase in gaps now. I just had a snack because I felt like it, and I couldn't taste any of it, so it was the most pointless snack ever. But there are 2 commentators for tonight. It's me during the first 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm already struggling after the first hour. And then we've got Ricky, professional, shall we say. I'll keep his ego up for him. Professional CSGO commentator in the Esports Academy for him. Joining us later, who is actually doing all of the live streaming. But he's currently eating his rabbit food, as I like to say, because he's eating like mashed potato and mashed vegetables. Because that's the Netherlands cuisine for you right there. On board with now with Vin Vanish, currently in kind of no man's land for the time being. Just before Wellington straight now, however, would you see 74 McLaren behind them, creeping ever so slightly up, going into Wellington straight. I realised my mouth is on fire because I ate chili. Oh my god, so this is going to make this a lot more interesting now. I've got a humidifier, even though it does look like I am vaping. I do not vape, but I've got a humidifier in my room to keep my voice fine. So DC Nano in chat, hi Marquez, good to see you in MTG. Power, let's go. Mind the gap power, of course, doing quite well at the moment. As we switch on with Team NFI, I've got no control over the cameras, just for a heads up. We do see him front now, I think it's Castro in the 999. Mind the gap car. Unfortunately had a tiny bit of a moment earlier, maybe 5 minutes ago, which caused him to lose a few positions there. I think he was up into P5 earlier. Unfortunately got a tiny bit loose going into Vale, which caused him to lose a few positions, but had a very good save there, trying to go side by side now with the Optimum Motorsport car. Will he manage to go going through maggots and backets there? It does seem. Castro manages to get the move done, and he does, just for now. Geese now unfortunately losing a position there for himself. Very fluctuated results for him at the moment. Quickly check something. At the moment, I'm doing about 3 things at the same time at the moment, so just trying to keep a track of everything. does seem that we are going to be starting to see the end of the battle for the time being. Going into the first hour, as we will obviously see later. Me and Ricky both on mic together in about an hour and a half time. And we will start to see some more waffling between us go. Huge lunge there from Hewlett Racing team there of Adam. Does lose a bit of time there going to the left field though, it does seem though. I think the order's a bit wrong there on the power. It does seem the Ferrari ahead of him. I'm trying to put some pressure on the McLaren of. I don't know if that is the Motorsport, I think it might be. We are back after that short little break that I had to go and figure something out. I am back though for the final parts of the first stint of the commentary. You just see all of the gaps are starting to become more and more scattered out all around the place now. You just see Paul Anderson now in the LFI car trying to get a bit closer there to Rodriguez. Oh my gosh, my dyslexia is not good. Rodriguez. I nailed that. Just trying to think of some things to say because this is going to be a very long race. I'm so glad Ricky is also stepping into this as well. Hopefully in the next hour and 13-ish minutes, as it says on my stint timer. It is still quite a hot track, but it's now in the 20s instead of the 30s as we saw earlier. This is still predicted for the next half an hour to be still a drier race. We haven't seen any sort of clouds going as we did just see the LFI Porsche go off onto the grass now from Maggots and Beckett's there, which is very unfortunate between them. However, we do see Chico in the Amigos racing team. I think number 2 up into P4 now, which is good to see, trying to battle for the lead, quite close between them both. We do see Mitch in chat, welcome it on in, Mitch saying let's go DRL. I have seen the Ferrari of the DRL on stream quite a few times now. Forget what position they are in, as we have just seen the first driver swaps happen of the day, as we have seen Craig Hewlett, Chris Tedder both taking over for the first thing, as we also have just seen P2 pit for a new driver as well, as it seems Daryl Young has done a very good job now to cause a 10-second gap between P1 and P2. And speaking of DRL, this is for you, Frank Castle in a DRL Racing Ferrari, trying to put some pressure there on Anderson in the number 12 Porsche of LFI. Quite close between them. Seem at the moment he's going to be close enough to think of any sort of moves yet. See now Lewis just trying not to get any sort of pressure there from the Amigos racing team. Car behind them, this is for podium now, so let's see if they can both try and produce a bit of a battle here in favour of ART. ART's pace has been looking very promising here. You see here for position number 3. Just 5 tenths between them both. We have seen a yellow flag there. It seems car 121 has gone off just before. I think that is Vale. Yeah, I have a feeling that is Vale there. And it's just started to get up to speed now. But with another car we haven't seen today, Mafias in the Vivid Global Racing team, currently up in P6, quite a good position up so far. Actually no, I think they have just driver swapped. Yeah, this is a car we have seen quite a few times. Jack Colton still on the car, looks like they are double stinting. We are just starting to see it again. As I said earlier, the barrels are just slowly becoming more and more distant apart of each other. Do you see Chico trying to get a bit closer there? Still trying to battle here for the podium slot number 3. Chico put a lot of pressure there on the Ferrari. Is the Ferrari going to break under pressure, do we think? I don't know. I haven't seen this Ferrari. But what I am actually going to do is that's it, doesn't any water, put some more water in it, as I need to refill it so my voice doesn't die. There we go, that seems like enough. This is just me setting up my dehumidifier, nothing interesting. I'll put some of this formula stuff in. I don't like this going on. Very good for you. A few drops in there. How have I already used half this bottle up? I really can't see. I think I've used up half all of the bottle. I actually can't see the brim line. Actually, we still have about 3/4 of the bottle left. That was such an irrelevant topic. I apologise. So now I'm going to turn this back on. I really do like this little machine I did buy just especially for commentary. This dehumidifier, because my voice does start to go now. I'm a tiny bit croaky. For 3 hours. So I've still got quite a bit of commentary left over, and I just want to try boost my energy a tiny bit with that formula I put in. It all work. Seems, yeah, a lot more steam's being produced from that now, which is good. 3 hours and 44 minutes left of this race. Seems this is just starting to get a bit more away there compared to Chico, but is that going to be the case for very long? We'll have to find out, because at the moment it does seem the times are in favour of Lewis for the time being. But Chico has been known to be quite a consistent driver and very fast here, as this is obviously for the podium. We do see Waldhauser behind him in the Ferrari number 69. God, the most immature numbers. Up into P5, but also catching Chico here, because obviously he's battling quite a lot there for the podium position, which is causing the other cars to start to become closer now. You just see Jack Holden trying to go out for a bit of a lunge there, going into Luffield. Doesn't seem to be working just yet. He has a bit of oversteer there. That's going to cause his time to go down significantly. Going into Luffield. Is he going to try force his nose on the inside? Doesn't seem so. And it seems Macau does just get by for the time being. Now going into Woodcott, obviously. Now Jack Holden does have a slipstream here for 2ID Racing. Going into Corpse, any sort of game there by Jack Holden. Doesn't seem anything has happened yet between all two of them. Could turn into 3 of them soon. There have been a few penalties being given out here. Some unfortunate circumstances. We haven't seen any drive view penalties yet, I don't think. I think it was, yeah, Friday, so yesterday. I did a Silverstone race with Pitskill. I managed to get 3 warnings in 15 minutes, and luckily I managed to get no warnings for that last 15 minutes. And I still managed to not get a penalty, which is good. However, we do see Jack Holden putting a lot of pressure here now on this McLaren of Vivid Racing. does seem no actually car we haven't seen today in the TUZ Motorsport car being attacked there by the 488 here, but is this for position? I believe it is for position here for P17 on the grid. Does seem he's just still ahead slightly, but obviously the 488 does have the inside line going through corps, but it does seem he does lack a tiny bit of straight line speed compared to the next gen Ferrari. And it seems TUZ does just get by there for P18 there. I would love to get another coffee in a minute, I reckon. I'm definitely feeling tired today. Bit of fire in my local area. What's happened here? Oh. I know this is ages away. This is America. Fire. Whoa, that's a very big fire. Hopefully everyone is okay in the fire that's happened in America currently. Partial roof collapse. Yeah, that's a huge fire there. Seems my services are on it though. Large fire in Liverpool city centre. No, that's not. No, that's New Jersey. There's one in. Oh, sometimes this stuff is so confusing. Oh wow, that is a big fire in Liverpool. Major incident declared after huge fire in Liverpool leads to fears of building collapsement. Oh, it's very close to Liverpool Stadium as well. A 4-story building measured 100 by 50 metres, a well alight Murphy Field Fire Rescue Service said. Whoa, that is a huge fire. Anyone is still in chat, I'm gonna do a bit of trivia. No, it's not really trivia, it's just questions to try and make the chat a tiny bit more interactive with this. Before I do that, like and subscribe to the ART channel. Very, very good league here. Very organised, very professional by the lads of ART. But out of all of the ACC, out of all of ACC, what's your favourite car and why? Well, actually, you can't really say why. Just what's your favourite car? And if Junos could add any other car and car class, what car would it be and what car class would it be? It doesn't have to be GT related, but obviously this is more like AC2 we're talking about now. It just goes to 3 hour 30 minutes roughly. So I've got now 59ish minutes left on my stint timer. Let's just see now. It seems the stream's lagging a tiny bit, but hopefully it will recover. And hopefully it can still go as normally. back here for another little stint here. Away for a tiny bit. All of the gaps are just starting to fluctuate again. Starting to try to back there going into Woodcott and left field. You see here, Imo again trying to battle here with Darryl Young as they have a new driver. However, Darryl Young has been in the car now for his second stint now, as we do just see them both battling here it seems. Jaime Carter, Samuel Scott is in the advantage of pace at the moment, but Darryl Young has been in the lead comfortably for quite a while. Plus the 141 McLaren of Jaime still has the advantage in pace with the purple lap. See them going side by side now into Vale. Seems now he's still side by side here, forces it going into the last corner before Wellington straight now. Does seem though the advantage of the inside line does give Darryl Young a bit of a disadvantage. Getting a bit of a tap there going onto the overrun there. Seems goes back on course now, but it seems Samuel does just get past there just before Luffield. Is he going to try and make any sort of move back? He's trying to look for some retaliation of a switchback here going into Luffield and Woodcott now. See some traffic that could definitely potentially make this a bit more interesting here, as it does seem now. Samuel just going through Magnus Beckett's faster there than Darryl Young. This has happened before. The original leaders of the 141 Jaime car of Samuel back in the lead, rejoined in the lead. However, is Darryl Young going to try get his teammates of Big Brain Racing to try fight again for the lead? Obviously they're quite comfortably P1 and P2 by quite the margin of, I think it's, yeah, maybe 7 or 8 seconds. Not too much, but that just tells you how strong the pace is between everyone in this lobby. Barrel trying to do a bit of dive bomb there before Vale. Now going into Wellington straight. Does seem he's gaining a bit more time there. Samuel will try pick up the pace now. Not quite a lot of pressure there on him to try and do so to keep it back in the lead. It seems they're going to go side by side again here, going into the Luffield. Seems just a bit of a swerving technique there from Samuel, causing him to lose a tiny bit of time there. Don't know what that was all about. Maybe trying to stop the slipstream. Oh, I'm craving Pringles and pasta. I really don't know why, but I'm having curry tonight, so that craving is going to have to wait. You just see some battles happening here, but it just seems Lewis and Rivera just getting past there, but the Optima Motorsport car obviously ahead, a lap ahead, and they get past as well. Going into the last 30-ish minutes of my stint. Got what seems quite an inactive. Well, I mean inactive in battles at the moment. Can't see any battles happening on track apart from leader trying to get past lapped cars. However, on a good note though, my voice is starting to become a bit better, which I'm very happy about. This dehumidifier, or not a humidifier, that's the complete opposite of what this is doing. It's absolutely amazing. Definitely helped my vocals out quite a bit when it came to, and hopefully I can keep this life support machine now, as I'm going to call it, on for the rest of the day. And it seems my voice is starting to become better. Just good to see on my behalf. You probably don't really care, which is fair enough. Oh, I do smell curry downstairs and it smells absolutely brilliant. I don't know when Ricky's going to come back. But that curry smells like really good. I must say the Porsche does sound amazing. Absolutely screams it does. Ugh, getting quite tired. Just about nearly the halfway mark. No, no, not quite the halfway mark point of this race, as I keep thinking it's a 6-hour race, but it's actually a 5-hour race, which is a very odd number. But we'll see, and hopefully everyone's enjoyed the new ACC update of the new Red Bull Ring and GT2 cars. .747, let's go. Great racing number in my opinion. Great plane if you're into planes. But yeah, this is where commentary will start to go downhill a bit, because this is when I'm on my own, and this would be the same with Ricky as well. I'm currently shattered today. I'm suffering from COVID, so hopefully Ricky can provide a tiny bit more entertainment to the stream, and I apologise for being so low energy for today so far. I am doing a lot of stuff in the background as well, ready for my next broadcast literally right after. So I'm just trying to balance out everything, and I hope you can understand. But obviously it's been quite a good race now for most people, very clean as we've seen. Just now coming down to the final few people. Just having the final few battles before it starts to become no man's land for everyone. Very big track obviously, so a lot of space for every car, as you can see. Only 25 teams I believe it is. Trying to think of another song playlist to play, because I have played absolutely every song I feel like playing. So we're going to go into a bit Nothing But Thieves in the background. Great band. Just a little heads up to all of the motorsport geeks. 25 minutes to the dot now until the start of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. quickly be back in a second. I need to quickly go and get something again. Just a little 2-minute break. Hopefully that shouldn't be too bad. I'll see you guys in 2-ish minutes when I can mute myself. Back. Seems to be like I'm announcing the 3-hour mark of this race. Now on board with Craig Hewlett again, trying to not get so much pressure there from Dan Pickles behind him. Seems a Porsche race now. Basically same machinery here, so all it is down to is driver competence and setup. You might see a higher downforce and a lower downforce setup, or they might be on the same setups. I can't really tell you. And the final 28 minutes now with this first stint by me, and then after this 28 minutes you'll get the less moody Ricky DC after this. You know, just see Dan Pickles getting ever so close to there. So Craig Hewlett, both very, very capable drivers. I've seen Craig Hewlett in quite a few leagues that I've done coverage for recently, but we also do see now Stefan Waldhauser also getting very close here for the bout of podium here with Lewis Petzold. Doesn't seem close enough yet to try and think of a move going into left field now. Seems he loses a tiny bit of time. Can he get good enough traction to try and get any sort of out move there? Doesn't seem so yet. Going into Woodcott now. It seems he is losing a bit of time there to Lewis. Lewis trying to get on with the pace now, but it does seem Lewis does have a 5-second penalty to serve in the pit lane for his next stint there. That is probably from the live stewards there. As we continue on with this bout, it does seem Stefan might try go for a move during this first sector. It doesn't seem through Michael Beckett. If he can get some sort of better exits and a better line through Michael Beckett, he might be able to. However, going back on board with Craig Hewlett now, it seems Dan Pickles is becoming more and more serious than getting past here for the top 10. He was going to try go side by side. A bit of a juke move there from Dan Pickles, but it doesn't seem Craig Hewlett falls for it. We're now going into left field now. It doesn't seem Dan Pickles is going to try and make a move this lap at this rate. Does seem Gnomes in P9 has been awarded a 10-second time penalty to go on top of his pit stop there. That's quite a lot of time. That there is obviously no fixed time in this pitch here, and there are no mandatory amount of stops to have to do. So it's a very free strategy race here, 65-minute stint here, so you just basically have to do an hour before having to come into the pits there. You can see Dan Pickles getting a bit of the slipstream there, going into Hanger Straight. Doesn't seem to be working yet for him in his advantage. Me is going to go a bit defensive though. Their Craig unit doesn't seem to be making any sort of moves now. It just seems he's trying to put pressure there on Craig unit. He's definitely working in the pressure department. Seen an American driver here in the McLaren Racing down delivery wheel. I think a tiny bit of damage to the front end of that McLaren. Very unfortunate for him. It's going to drag him down in the orders there. A tiny bit with the aero damage that will happen. Very aero reliant track, especially down these corners like Maggots and Beckett's. We're quite slow into those corners there, it seems, as we are now on board for the battle for the podium. Once again, it seems Lewis has been awarded a 5-second penalty. I think I might have said that earlier. Track temperature is dropping now as we went into 4:07 PM here in game time. It seems he goes very wide there to try go for a bit of a juke move there. Doesn't seem to work there. Lewis standing his ground there. I mean, Stefan looked like a tiny bit of a fool there, but he is going to continue at his own rate. Does seem there, McLaren behind him getting a very good run there. Doesn't seem to work though. Seems he is going to go for the inside there. The McLaren, the Ferrari does just get past there of Joshua. It seems that is going to cause Joshua to go back down into P16, unfortunately for him. While now trying to get as closer as he can. It seems he is 2 laps down there from Barata in P14, so unless he can get 2 laps in 3 hours, which might be able to be possible if he steps up the pace a tiny bit. We'll have to find out later in. Just waiting response from Ricky. Hopefully he's not asleep, because I don't really want to do 5 hours of commentary, because I've got another commentary to do in just under an hour now. So I'm going to get a response from Ricky as soon as I possibly can, because I need to go have my dinner as well. Seeing there, Tom Solis losing another position there, unfortunately, from Holden, but manages just to try and let the traffic past as well. Seems though Oliver Anderson in P19 at the moment. Supercharged Motorsport boys currently doing a really good job. Colm Legends as well in ACC, having his own league obviously. of Supercharged Motorsports. Definitely go check them out if you can. Friends of ART. Very good pit entry there from Optimum Motorsport McLaren. However, we're on board now with Daniel Daniel Lavrov in the TUZ Motorsport car, who we have seen a few times during this race as well. You see a freeway battle here. Dan Pickles actually gaining on Craig Hewlett, but losing so much time that I think that's Dan Hill behind him has managed to catch up there. That's who I think it is. That might be the SSRI. What's that, Chris Hill? I think I'm going insane here. No, it definitely isn't the SSRI. No, because that's Chris Hill. It's just seems this is a very rowdy battle here. 12 trying to get past all of these cars as well. Very big battle starting to brew here. We do see Dan Pickles going side by side there with the Optimum Motorsport. Does leave time there, and now a very big threat there of Castle as well. So Barata, that might actually be Barata. Dan Pickles, who was just fighting Craig Hewlett a few laps ago, has now caused this huge train to build up here of cars. This is all for, I think, P9. However, Craig Hewlett's doing a very good job of keeping this car. However, there was a huge lunge there from the McLaren there. Just manages to keep it away from Craig Hewlett's car. However, we have just seen a drive through there for Oliveira. Very unfortunate there for him. You see Craig Hewlett now. Right. To stay in the lead of this battle, however, there is no slipstream for him. However, we do see the McLaren battling here with the other McLaren, so that could help Craig Hewlett out quite a bit, because that can lose a lot of time there. However, we do see Dominic losing position there, unfortunately, there to, I think it's David Hill. One of the names. Dan Pickles unfortunately down in the order here. Craig Hewlett coming in for another pit stop here. Manages to do the pit stop quite nicely there. I wonder if it's going to be driver change or if he's going to do another stint there. We do just see David Hill just gets past quite fine there. As I have just seen the ping message there from Chris Tennant, and apparently the pit board has gone already in the pit lane. So yeah, just be careful of that if you're not aware of that. You see Brent Jones in the Rafe Racing going side by side there with the McLaren Racing. Is it going to work in his favour yet? Jay Reid trying to get past. It seems going on to Hanger Straight now. No, this Wellington Straight, sorry. It does seem Brent Jones does have the inside line. However, the McLaren Racing goes very, very wide there. Manages to keep the position there. Going into the inside line there through left field. Does just seem though Brent Jones goes for a very late pit stop move there. Going in or get on the grass there a tiny bit. That's not going to help them out. That seems to be for a drive-through penalty though. Out there serving it for. see some more support in the chat. Let's go VGR. Very good team. We have seen a lot of VGR here with the global racing here. McLaren carrying P5. They've had a very, let's say, up and down race here. But they are doing very well. 5 or so. 5th position. I think they went all the way down to 10th at one point. Managing to climb all the way back up. I also get to see Daytona 500, Daytona 24 hours, sorry, not 500, also in the background on my third monitor. I do like the endurance racing as well. Side by side there. So VGR car trying to go side by side to get it up and done. Let's see, there's a quite a damaged McLaren behind him though. Let's give VGR and Ollie shout out by QRT Esports. Another really good team and League of Quantum Racing team. Not in this race unfortunately. Good team, obviously doing a lot with Honoured at the moment. Where I originally started sim racing from. Honoured, big shout out to them. Big love to all of the Honoured people. And there is actually an Honoured 12 hours of Imola going on at this time as well. So there's a lot going on at the moment here in the ACC's world. Obviously there is also 24 hours of Spa. For the kids, Anna and the Kids Foundation. Very good cause, obviously. Jardia racing in it, George Boofy, all of the Veloci people you may know, all in that race as well. Paul Mooney battling with other legends in 19th at the moment, battling it seems. Well, it seems no, the Porsche of number 12 of Jones trying to battle there with Reed there. Can Paul Mooney, can he try to catch up throughout? He might be able to. But at the moment it does seem this battle is quite dead for the time being, but there is a huge battle that's been going on for about I'm gonna say 2.5-ish hours now. We do see a side by side up the road as well of Hanging Straight. Come on, Ollie, podium should be possible for you guys. Ollie, now the top three are very quick, and I do not doubt VGR has the pace to try and catch up with them, especially after what they've been through during this race. It's going to be a lot harder. He's now still got around an 11th or so second gap to try catch to P3 or P4, just 3 seconds up the road. Might be able to get P4 soon, but at the moment I feel like the tyres are starting to become a bit dead now, so we might have to start trying to pit very soon, as we also do see some traffic ahead of us, which could change a lot of things here. So you know, Oliver, in this huge pack of cars we've been seeing for quite a while now, as we're about to come into the single digits left of my commentary time, which I'm quite thankful for. But this is obviously going to be the last about 10 minutes I am doing with ART for the time being, because I am actually, as we do see a spin there, that is unfortunate there, 4Gs there in the Optima Motorsport car. At least I think the other car managed to survive that, the Ferrari. This is my final commentary minutes here at ART for the time being. Well, unfortunate for ART, or I am doing some more commentary work in other leagues for the time being, but I am still going to be here. I'm most likely still going to race for the ART guys in the future for when races are available for me. This is the VGR car just trying to get past through this traffic now. And he has to do so. More people in chat. Let's go corner going racing team. I'm hoping you haven't cut too many corner chat. I don't think I've seen you guys with a drive-through penalty today so far, so I reckon you guys are fine for the time being. As we go on to the final 7 minutes before the end of my commentary stint, we will take over with Ricky DC. On to the final few minutes now. Good to see so many people in chat support this event. Obviously, like and subscribe to the ART YouTube channel, as this is a brand new YouTube channel for ART, and hopefully we'll see a lot more broadcasting here and a lot more subscribers to the point where they can start earning money on this channel. We've got 6 minutes left of the stint. Just see Ferrari getting attacked here by David Hill in the ART version 2 of Spa 24 Hours. Five minutes and then I can have dinner. I'm absolutely starving. I must say though, the humidifier has done an absolutely brilliant job. Oh no, no, do not take the lid off the humidifier. The water goes absolutely everywhere. But I wonder what the maths is behind the humidifier, because when I put my fingers over the humidity, the steam, it's really cold, so it can't be boiling unless it just condenses really quickly. But the water in the tub isn't warm either, so how does that work? If anyone knows the science behind the humidifier, please tell me, because I'm rather interested. Because it is rather cool when you feel it, because it feels really nice and cool, but when you take your hand out, it feels like you're extremely wet, but you're really not. Just moisturize your skin a tiny bit. So all that small little water particles that goes down. Anyway, after science of me, David Hill's now getting a bit. So we do see a drive through there for P23 of the 29 McLaren there by Kirby. Do you see David Hill's been attacked a tiny bit by the Optima Motorsport car? He's had a very up and down race so far. Currently in P8, looking to get further up on the grid right now. Oh yeah. This has been quite the interesting 2 hours and 30, I would say. As hopefully in the next 2-3 minutes I'll see Ricky appear with his voice after eating his rabbit food for 2.5 hours. I'm hoping he gets that. I just see him getting ever so close to the Ferrari, going for a bit of a lunge after Hanger Straight. Doesn't seem to work, as we do see a slow car there. Car number 29. Seeming just to have a bit of a spinning incident. No, that's the ghosting bug of pit lane. So nothing to worry about with that yellow flag. That should be sorted once he has exited the pit lane. Do you see the 2ID Racing Team Ferrari getting attacked here by David Hill? Is he going to try and go side by side here? It doesn't seem he's not going to just yet. However, we do see the Optimum Motorsport as he goes side by side. A bit of contact there between the two Ferraris, and let's the other Optimum Motorsport car go through here. Now there's going to be a bit more of a battle here. Ferrari not going to be happy with that move, losing 2 positions in 1 corner. However, we are going to see the Ferrari having the slipstream. Was he going to try go for a bit of a move into Luffield? At the moment, it doesn't seem like he is. It's obviously the Optimum Motorsports trying to attack and defend at the same time. Is any sort of move going to happen anytime soon? We do see him coming ever so closer to the ART Racing Team. Obviously, you got 2 moves done there at once, causing him to go back up into P7 here for, well, P6 actually, which is very good, as we do see quite a few of the ART teams quite far up in the grid now, obviously representing the league. Now just go into the final-ish minute of my stint now. Ricky better be on the microphone, I want my dinner. We do see Dominic though, again losing a tiny bit of time there to the ART of David Hill. Well, I can actually see in general chat there. Doing a great job there, David.
Shit, you wanted your dinner, mate?
Yeah.
Alright, go on then, do your thing. I will take it over from here. Alex, you're free to go. Thank you very much for covering the first 2.5 hours of the race. And now, the rest of it, you're just going to have to be with me, unfortunately. It's what it is.
I'll probably be back on.
You do you, man. I'll manage it from here. You can relax as well a little, you know. You got
free.
Yeah, you got even
How
more
was
stuff
your
to
rabbit
do.
food, by the way?
Oh, shut up.
You're halfway through. Keep pushing.
It was good though. It was good. It was kind of half cold because, well, I have to stay here because somebody messed up the server. Not gonna point at any names, but that's Chris's fault. And
directly could say. Okay.
yeah, it's a Dutch directness. Sorry, was that too much to ask? Well, anyways, we'll be taking over from here. So let's see what's going on, shall we? I just noticed that the numbers 6 to 8 are still very much driving together. That is David Hill, Dominic East, as well as Darius falling right behind. And that seems to be the only super close battle at the moment here. So currently aboard with the German driver, that is Dominic Gies. He has been, well, probably been doing some good stints. Obviously I've not watched all of it, I've watched a little bit of it. But unfortunately I couldn't cover every single thing. But anyways, here we are. And I'm excited for this one. It's been a while since I've been on the comms for Amigos. And I can't wait to see this one unfold here. My microphone should be a little bit better now. Is it not, then please let me know. And let's have a look at how things are going. Currently these 3 are the ones battling it out. As we now watch Oliver as well, Oliver Juig. He is getting himself involved in that battle as well, but not in a good way. He was driving away, but he's made a small mistake. Now finds himself getting chased by those other McLarens behind him. As well as Darius, his Ferrari 296, of course. Darius is, if I'm not mistaken, in the only team of 3. But I just gotta double check that real quick. No, there are multiple teams of 3, I just noticed. What team is he in? I'm not stupid, am I? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's in for Team 2ID, of course. So with Jack Holden and Glenn Smith. We gotta keep our eyes out on that. There's still a couple penalties that need to be served. For example, we have Reed on a drive-through penalty, as well as Jones on a 10-second penalty. Other than that, all penalties have been served, and well, it's it's been a tough one, not gonna lie. I've seen lots of messages going back and forth in the stewarding channel. Obviously, doing live stewarding for the entire event can sometimes prove quickly. But it looks like things are under control, at least for the time being here. So we find ourselves around Silverstone, a track I don't think I've covered that much before on Amigos Racing League myself. I believe it was mainly the other league that I did for a very short time where I saw it more often, but even then it doesn't really seem to be a popular track. And for this stream we've also been trying out AutoCam, so I'm gonna leave that on for now, try and focus on the comms myself and see if that does me any favor. You can now see as well that I saw the backmark getting passed. That is the yellow Honda of Colmuni, of course, representing Supercharged Motorsport in that bright yellow livery. David Hill makes his way around the outside now. Dominic is still very close by. You see just how much close wheel-to-wheel racing is going on. And with all those back markers in the way, things tend to get dicey, but so far they've been keeping a decent job by keeping it clean. As we shortly swap over to Lucas Busak, excuse me. He is together with Samuel Schar, and they represent Woestwaanzinnige Rasieren. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. My German isn't the best. I had it in school for a couple of years, but nothing much came out of it, of course. So, yeah, they seem to be leading by a relatively big margin, and that margin currently is roughly 12.5 seconds. Which is pretty impressive. And you can already see the gaps behind that are a little bit bigger. So that tends to happen, obviously, when, you know, if you're only half a second quicker, you're going to notice that over the span of 30 minutes, let alone 5 entire hours. Because it's all going to be about the pit strategies as well. Now, pit counts are completely broken thanks to Kunos not doing its thing. So I can't really tell who's pitted. But I know that the stints are 65 minutes each. So we're going to have to see them come in twice at least, if not more, depending on obviously how things have gone in the past. Because I wasn't really there, so I can't really tell you that, unfortunately. Now, I have noticed that it is the usual suspects here, putting out great results. Kleinwachter we saw in the other special events as well. Dominic Gies is a force not to be reckoned with. Name that I remember from, well, I believe season 12 was when I first saw him. Was it season 13? I'm not entirely sure. What I do know is that he's been absolutely bloody rapid around here. In fact, around every track. He seems to be a consistent driver at the front, or at least at the sub-top at worst. Which you can only say that's impressive. It's a big round of applause from me to him. But also the newcomers here doing great. Matt Redfern, we're in the second car at the moment. Ferrari 296 as well, representing Big Brain Racing. And I believe that is a 747, indeed he is. He is together with Daryl Young. Another name that doesn't really... at least not a name that I necessarily recognize. So, names that of teams that I know, not necessarily drivers that I know. As you're watching the onboard cam for the time being, you just see how big those cars really are going and how important it is to get the lines right. Especially in those endurance races, you have to be right on it. So Maggots and Backets are, in my opinion, quite tricky corners. You need to get them right. You need to brake in a straight line, of course, to prevent your car from going the wrong way. And they seem to be handling things quite well for now. Currently watching Andreas Kleinwachter. He is the driver that finds himself with the WKS Racing livery. It's number 69. And he was, if I'm not mistaken, together with the teammate that he is usually with. At least the one that he was with in the other endurance race that we did as well. It's a while back. I'm trying to think what track that was. Was it Spa, perhaps? Not entirely sure. It's been a while. But anyways, he's together with Stefan Waldhauser. They have been racing together for quite a while now. So it's always good to see, you know. Now, of course, you see as well with the AutoCam, you get a lot more variety in the cams. I personally am not that big of a fan of the Helicam. I rarely use it apart from at the start, because you can get a better overview with it, of course. So, yeah, it's not one that I use regularly. Same for the inside cam. I find it to be distracting, in fact quite loud. David Hill's got himself a 5-second penalty as well for that little touch, presumably, that he had before. Well, that tends to happen, you know. Can't always keep it clean in that sense. And went for the overtake, which already is good to see, you know. So that just allows for a little bit more of a, you know, exciting risk. Because everybody's just going to not take any risks. It's just going to be boring. Everybody driving in laps right behind each other. But now we're actually seeing battles on track, and this is one of them. Oliver Jewick currently slightly faster than David Hill, looks like, but they're quite close to each other still, so maybe that will change later on. Jones has got himself a 10-second penalty, while Reed has served his. Paul Mooney now in the pits. I wonder if they're going for another driver swap here. Obviously, he's not that experienced, I think, in the endurance racing category of things, so surprised to see how that one will go in the end. It's very wide there. I think that's the absolute limit it's using. Don't think that's penalty worthy though. I believe that is officially within track limits. Now, excuse me if I'm not. I mean, I'm not that very well known in the track. In fact, I'm roughly 10 seconds of race pace, which is, well, not a good sign. Okay, you know, nah, 5 or 6. Which is, well, quite a lot, to be fair. Yeah, it's a shame also that we didn't really see more of these GT2s out there tonight, because I was really excited to see some, but turns out the mod is, well, it got hyped up and definitely had some potential, but in the end, did it really deliver? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Obviously, they were, you know, the hype they created was worth something, but afterwards it was kind of disappointing, and already you see, you know, 0 sign-ups in those things. Maybe it's because people haven't really gotten time to practice with them. That could obviously be the case. And on a track like this, I also wonder, are they any quicker? You'd assume so, right? It's quite a few straights. That's where that raw power can come in. Obviously through sectors like Maggots and Beckett's. That's where you're going to be slower, because you have a lack of downforce compared to the GT3s. So still hoping one day we get a race with the GT3s and the GT4s and the GT2s, although don't know if that's going to happen. These special events obviously take quite a bit of time to set up here. As we watch Oliver Jewick fight it out, you can see the Mercedes doing the right thing. So the passes seem to be clean, at least when it comes to the lap cars. But Oliver Jewick just driving away at the moment. Catching up to Ding, the car ahead of him, that would be optimistic to say the least. But at least he's making some space and driving well from David Hill, which obviously still has to serve that 5-second penalty next time they swap drivers, or next time they head into the pits for any other reason. And that makes me think as well, what's the plan they have? So you're going to see a lot of tire swaps, you're going to see a lot of refueling in these races, you need to, right? You also want to make sure that you, in that sense, don't get any damage that you're going to have to take with you for the entire stint. So not taking any unnecessary risks would be an important strategy for this one. Especially now that the gaps are quite big. I mean, you've got the fight for top 5 going on. Jewick, Hill and Dominic Gies. Darius has fallen off a little bit in the Ferrari behind, so he is currently a little bit out of bounds to really contest for that position. But as soon as you see that, you know, more drivers get to close up, then obviously it is safe to say that, well, the last thing you want is to get in contact with them via incidents. Now, looks like we still have 23 teams driving, which is already a pretty big number here. The fastest drivers are on 80 laps as we speak. That's roughly half the field, that being the top 10. Then there's a couple drivers behind on 79 and 78. So seems like the gaps are quite minimal in terms of that. I honestly expected more, but looks like the field's actually quite competitive today. Currently watching Adam Ostrikarts. He's quite far away from everybody else. Just making his time through Maggots and Beckett's again. And onto the straight you go. Make your way into Stowe there at the end. Not really in contest with any of the other drivers, so for now, just a matter of keeping things clean. must say that Porsche is still one of my favorite cars. I think it looks absolutely stunning. Especially in the color scheme they've gone for. The purple really fits out to me. Here you see another, that's the 3CD. That's a car we all know by now. It's Richard Christie behind the wheel. So an OG, fair to say. Been here since roughly the beginning. And has really left since, still there every week. And seems to be really enjoying the racing out here. And he's bloody rapid when they need to be. Currently find themselves in P12. And the 3CD team, if I'm not mistaken, is also a team of 3. It is indeed John Dudley, Richard Christie and Dan Pickles. Dan Pickles is one of the newer drivers. I wonder if Richard already knew him before. And if I'm not mistaken, that's also the only Christie today. I don't think Jack is here, and I also don't think the others... No, there's no other. Oh, I'm not missing any of the names, am I? I have a printout here. I think it's all good for the time being. Gareth McRae, that's a new name as well. Also together with a teammate I've never heard of, so it's new drivers. But that is a stunning livery, I like that. Is that the moon on there? I believe it is, right? It's kind of hard to tell from such a distance, but that looks like a very complicated and detailed livery. Love to see, of course. Now let's see if Garrett McRae can be called the Colin McRae of road racing. Obviously one of the biggest rally icons there is out there. I remember playing those games back in the day. That was good fun. David Hildenmeal has overtaken the position on Tuwik, at least for the time being, but obviously if you consider that penalty in, it's not going to count. Here you can see now it is the white McLaren ahead of the Vivid livery. Looks like he's simply ahead for the time being. I mean, there's not much that can be done to contest it, but as long as he stays within distance, he should just be fine to overtake, especially if they swap cars. Because that's where obviously you'll see that the 5-second penalty needs to be served. Well, there's roughly 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining here. As we see Dr. Evil heading to the pits as well. He might be swapping again, presumably. And with pit time, I think they just about can do it with 2 more pit stops. Obviously, depending if the fuel is good and if the tires are good. It kind of depends on the time they're taking, but I think they should manage if they decide to swap here. I haven't seen it yet, but we're gonna see if he disappears eventually. Currently P13. Using a couple positions as well. Obviously makes sense. As well. In the end, pitting takes time. That's just how it is. Currently watching Hugo Rodriguez. That should be one of the Portuguese drivers, if I'm not mistaken. One of them mind the gap. That's number 3. So that is Hugo Rodriguez with Pedro Barata. Number 997 AM car. Obviously, I believe all the cars are AM tonight. Don't think there's anything in a split or anything along those lines. And it appears I'm correct. They're all red. Just an idea as well on the lap times. The quickest of the race so far is a 1:58.2. And that's, well, really quicker. The slowest I've seen is a 2:12 in terms of best lap time. And obviously, this is also where fatigue comes in, and this is also where you have to consider that, well, setup might not be too familiar. Obviously, you've got to find a setup that works for both of you. Did I just hear hi?
Maybe.
Ah, right. Yes, it is. Hey, what's up, mate? How's it going? You're still here?
Got ice cream, I'm happy.
What, sorry?
Got ice cream.
You got ice cream? Vegan? No, wait, you're a vegetarian, not vegan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you can eat
No,
ice cream.
not
Yeah, I was
be
about
able
to say, how would one
well.
survive without ice cream? But I'm lactose intolerant, so I should be really careful when I eat that. Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it?
I would not be able to survive without like milk and
I
stuff.
mean, luckily I'm not allergic, right? That would have been worse. But, yeah, no, it can be really bad. So it looks like Dr. Evil's actually not swap cars, so they have come into the pits. It's still the same car driving. I wonder if there was some kind of damage or any other reason.
think they might have had a
to
penalty.
him. And I'm not sure actually. They didn't have one, I believe. It's not what I saw. But my eyes aren't very good. I have glasses for a reason. How's my boy doing? I'm eating my dinner between the stint. I mean, that makes sense, right? I actually missed dinner, which is even more embarrassing because, well, somebody decided that the server wouldn't work. I had to wait here, and by the time that I got downstairs, everybody already ate. So, yeah. Kind of sad. Microwaved, what you call it again? Rabbit meal? What did you say? Rabbit food? Yeah, exactly. That's just how it is. Hey, at least the sausage was good, though. So, I won't complain. I like sausages in my mouth. Hugo Rodriguez, driver we're aboard with. Closer to Dr. Eva now. Obviously, after that pit stop, he's lost, well, quite a bit of time. So, once again, in close vignicity. How you say that? Vignicity? I don't think that's the word for it, no? See, I'm a stupid foreigner. I'm allowed to have broken English, but...
I'm a stupid English person, so I'm allowed to have broken English as well.
Fair enough, fair enough. I should take 30 minutes out my headset. Yeah, all out of my VR headset. Yeah, that would get me dizzy, I think. See, I don't have a VR headset. But I feel like I could not handle that, personally. I feel like it would be really bad. At least to me.
We're putting a 24-hour race on a headset, it's awful.
Yeah, I mean, no, a normal headset is okay, but a VR headset, dude?
Yeah, VR headset, that's what I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah, fair. No, I mean, like... I feel like we've all had those sweaty gamer sessions, right? Where we game for 8 hours a day and only really get up to go to the toilet. But, no, I mean, the VR headset, just having that on all the time. I feel like once you get out, you kind of like, how do you say it? Disassociate with what's happening in the real world. Because it's just like, you get out and then like, oh, wait, you can see your hands again. And like, I don't know, it just...
That sounds so sad and depressing.
No, yeah, no, for me it does. I mean, I don't have a VR headset because I'm poor. But, yeah. It's quite intense. But I gotta go on. So I'll be swapping in. So, alright, where are you, my friend? Who do we need to pay special attention to? Do you know this? Flatline Center on YouTube?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got no clue either, but... I mean, there's so many people, especially so many newcomers, so there's no way for us to, you know them all, right? We're trying our best. I mean, there is a team called Flatline Racing, so that must be it. It's Finn Vanish and Grim Harby, so I assume that... Using that logic, I believe it was now... if I'm not mistaken, it was Vanish in the car first, so that means that must be Grim Harby. See, call me Sherlock Holmes. Okay, I deserve that. We figured it out. At least I figured it out, because it looks like Alex disappeared again.
I'm scoffing my bloody ice cream down. Shut up.
Yeah, so anyways, anything interesting happened in the first 2.5 hours? I was watching a little bit on and off. Making sure my PC wouldn't explode. So...
Oh, chair. That was interesting.
What happened, sorry?
I think I was muted up. I fell off my chair.
Oh, you fell from your chair? That's not good. Are you hurt or are you good?
No, it was really fun. I've got a fucking GT Omega thing, so if you go back too much, you just like the back goes.
Oh yeah.
That's a good way to try and keep in touch with GT Omega.
Yeah, probably. Wait, GT Omega, are they any good? I have heard of them before, but I don't know. Don't really have anything.
I've done stuff with them in the past. They're really good in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of chair, I just use a fucking... At the moment, I just sit in a IKEA chair, and I've got the SimLab coming in now, eventually, and I'll sometime probably get it together. But I also haven't been working on it in 5 days now, so yeah.
Your excuse could be your working business days.
Yes, well that not only, but also the fact that I was at my mom's place and I have the sim set up at my dad's place. So I have both households have a G29, but on this one I just sit on the chair. But it doesn't matter as much because I can like push the pedals up against the wall basically. So you know there's not like any pushback in that sense. The only thing that I can do is press the brakes so hard I push myself away, but that's very like rare, right? That won't really happen.
I don't think you're going to get that from the launcher check pedals. You'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because I still got to get used to left foot braking as well. So I was doing it like I drove in my normal car, right? Because that's what I'm used to.
Right foot brake, yeah.
Yeah. It feels a lot more natural, but once you get the hang of it, it's just. I had to
It's
think.
a very
real
unhealthy
quick.
habit, though.
Yeah, I
'Cause
know.
You can do it in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they learn it like that, because then there's like no way you accidentally, press anything like when you panic or whatever. But because that's what I think is the reasoning behind. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not an expert of some sort. That's my theory, at least. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not really sure. Here, this is interesting because our chum Agaran, or so Agayan. Oh god, not the names from that region. It's gonna be awful. Anyways, finds himself in P20, and we have Jones right ahead. However, the gap between them actually is well, decreasing, and now it's only 4 seconds if you don't count that penalty up. So maybe we'll see swap around at some point. Here's Vin Vanish. That is one of the flatline cars, obviously, that we just spoke about in chat as well. Seems to be holding on strong. Currently finds himself at 83 laps, whereas the fastest are currently on lap 87. And has the auto director also behaved for a bit, by the way? Because I've been looking, and sometimes it looked like it was stuck to someone. So sometimes I just went up and like enabled and disabled it, but
Yeah, it's quite buggy software.
it's my only option here. I can't be sitting here spectating like the entire day. Oh god, that's one car going very wide. Oh no, he's sliding all the way. What is that? He's behind the number 121 car, yeah. Can't really see what it is yet. It's a 29? That's car number 29. It's Kerbali, he's the driver on 77 laps, and well, still going strong. But the last car in terms of placements, if we don't count Henderson, which, well, is a car that hasn't really started even. 0 laps complete in the end, so. Now, I'm wondering, right? Let's say I were to hypothetically, get into racing myself again. Like, I have time on Sundays at least, right?
Yeah.
How do I even get started? Because like, I've done a couple laps around Silverstone and then now around Barcelona and around Donington.
You want some training by the official Aces himself? Is that what you want?
I don't know.
That's special treatment right there.
I don't know. I was doing okay in open lobbies, to be fair. I finished... I got a podium once, which I was really proud of, until I saw that half the lobby left after a turn 1 incident. But I was still proud of myself because I kept the guy behind me that was like a second faster per lap. And he like caught up to me and had to defend for free, like 3 laps, and I did that. So I was kind of proud of myself. Okay, let me be.
I think the best way to start when it comes to racing is obviously on lobbies. I decided I went straight into league racing. I went straight with On It, which is in my profile picture. Obviously, great bunch of people. But you may as well just start with ART. I don't know if they race on a Sunday. Or you could go with Supercharged. Supercharged, yeah.
They race on Sunday, don't they? But only endurance, right? Like very long endurances.
Yeah, it's 2 hours 40 minutes, which is quite long.
Yeah. Right, so now we've seen the race leader head into the pits now. That's Busak. Pitting once again. I think they're gonna go for a driver swap. That would make sense. I mean, assuming they've done it every hour like they're supposed to. That means that they will see Samuel Char in that car again. It's Char or Char? I don't know. I believe it's Swiss, right? So
You're asking the wrong person, I'll be honest.
I mean, I was always told that the British people are kind of
smart.
like the Americans of Europe in the sense that they don't know geography that well.
Nah, I know geography, man. I know SimClips doesn't.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was referring to as well. Because
I pointed him on a map
so
to find Indonesia, and he thought Indonesia was in India.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
He's a lost cause, he is. Chris might be watching this actually because of the link.
Wait, is he really
you're a
watching
lost
this
cause.
pressure roll now? why would he watch this? Of all things. He's not participating, is he?
My things are linked to pit skill accounts.
Yeah, but why would he bother
Doesn't mean
watching
it doesn't
your
mean he
stream?
is. He probably
No, no.
isn't, but
No, but like, yeah, I was about to say, like, why would he bother watching us, of all people?
I'm actually genuinely a nice person. Apart from he called me a stupid younger generation because I didn't know what Pokemon was. Well, I know what Pokemon is, so we can.
Do you know
that.
what Pokemon? Oh, wait, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
go on.
no. Okay, let me just justify my case here, right?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
need to scroll through the messages so I can.
Okay,
not
do your thing
make
and we'll come
myself
back
look
to you in like a minute or two.
Calling intentionally.
Yeah, maybe, but we'll see. The Bashar now finds himself in 7th position after having swapped around. He's now taking the wheel again. That McLaren looks relatively intact, so small damage at the front, small damage at the rear, but it's not looking too bad. I think I'll be losing much time on that, so I haven't bothered repairing.
Right, I found the message.
You found a message. Go on then. Explain your
Alright.
case.
Richard Hill says, my only gripe was to you not knowing what a Nido King is.
You don't know what a Nidoking is? Oh my
I
god.
don't know what a Nido King is.
Okay, so have you
It's
never
not
like
bad.
watched Pokemon? I mean, okay, let me put it like this.
Nah,
Right? I feel like
I
it's a
don't
fairly
really watch anime.
recognizable like Pokemon. Like if you like watched Pokemon once, you wouldn't know it. But if you played like any game, you'll encounter him at some point. I feel like, or at least have heard about him. So the thing for me is like I used to really enjoy Pokemon, like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Diamond Pearl, Black and White 2. After that, it just kind of became boring to me, so I kind of stopped. So if I now see like a new generation Pokemon, I would have no idea what they're called or anything like that. It's just something that I've missed, if that makes sense. Now, that doesn't matter to me too much because, well, I still enjoy the older Pokemon games and I'll keep playing them. Yeah, it can be tricky. But, like, you also don't have a favorite Pokemon then, I'm guessing, or...
Not really. I'm not really bothered in the Pokemon stuff, I'll be honest. I've never really been interested in normal stuff, shall I say.
Normal stuff. No, he spent all day watching sim racing.
Hey,
Makes
I've got airsoft guns.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough, right? Each to their own. I mean, I'm trying to remember what I really enjoyed as a kid because, I remember I had a
You're
huge...
making it sound like it was years ago. You're only 21, come on now.
I'm not even 21 yet.
Well, you're 21 in a week.
Yeah. So...
Even though he thought his birthday was tomorrow.
No, listen, okay,
Somehow you managed to do.
No, okay, let me explain this as well. Then.
Okay, now you do your case. Here we
Okay.
go.
So for some reason, it was Saturday or something, or Friday. And for some reason in my head it was Monday because I've been off school for a while. And then I just get confused with the days. And I was like, wait, I didn't last week, so that means next week would be, I don't know, man. It was just a mess in my head. But yeah, I just wanted people to say congratulations, to be honest. That's about it.
Congratulations.
No, thank you, mate. Thank you, mate.
That was a question. Not
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, shite.
But yeah, congratulations. And, oh god, that was crap.
Ooh, congratulations.
What's up?
Anyway, that happens when you're that age, okay?
Well, you'll see me tomorrow and I'll have like the most deep voice ever. Make you sound like a squeaker.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I definitely have quite a high pitch voice, I believe, like for my age and stuff. I don't know what happened. I'm just behind in that sense, I don't grow any facial hair either. It's just embarrassing, really. I still look like a 60-year-old. Yeah, no, I guess not. My body isn't. I am. My body isn't. It's quite embarrassing, really. That's what it is. Yeah, no, I mean, it's.
I'm joking, but
Yeah,
or
sure.
you get like cammed on me.
Nah. I'll behave for now. It's still gonna be a long evening anyway, so might as well. Yeah.
Well, I have to go in like 20 minutes. And
Yeah, I
have
mean,
to go
you're
back
all
and
good to
forth.
go. I mean, for the time being, I'll enjoy your company, definitely. Yeah, but no, coming back, it's like, when I was a
God,
kid,
that's what
what did I actually enjoy? Because I remember I had a shit ton of Hot Wheels, right? And then what I would do
Oh yeah.
is I would like make stop motion videos, right? You take like pictures and then you play them in rapid succession
Yeah,
and you get
yeah,
like a
yeah.
video. That's what I did. And that was so much fun back in the day. I believe I still have them somewhere on YouTube. And then I did that with Legos as well for some time. And obviously you had to be very patient, but it was really fun to do.
I think the first thing I got into was model plane flying because I don't know why, I just really like that stuff. And
You're
I've
an
actually
aviation
got
guy, aren't you? Or is it
Yeah,
mainly just
well-
like military planes and that kind of stuff?
I like most planes mainly because I've been on quite a few. And yeah, I've got still on my wardrobe, which I'm still trying to sell because it's such a huge product. The wings are about 5 meters long.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll have to send a picture later, but all of the wings are on top of the wardrobe, and they're quite big, should we say?
Yeah, no, I get that, mate. I definitely understand that. Now, I have to think about it this way. I don't think, like, I'm not much of an aviation guy, but I am just so amazed at how planes work. Like, you just sit
Mate,
there
it's
and then you
so
fly
cool.
in the air for like a couple hours, and then you're like at a complete different place in the world. And the fact that like humans have made that is, to me, right? It's amazing, really. That's what it is.
Back to supersonic travel as well, supposedly coming back, and apparently from London to New York in 3 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, actually, that's what I thought about as well the other day, right? Time zones are weird, right? So, let's say I were to fly to, like, if I am going to fly from Amsterdam to Birmingham, which I will, then what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have to fly, and so basically my flight's gonna be around, like, so I gotta get in the plane at 16:40, right? 4:40. And then I arrive at 4:50,
Yeah.
which feels really weird to me. So, would it?
Oh yeah, no, that is something that you'll have to get used to.
Yeah.
When I went to France this 2023 for Spa 24 hours, it's just weird when you go into a different time zone, and it's in like the middle of the sea. The time zone changes, and when you get there, you're like, how did that take 2 hours, even though it's been maybe like half an hour or so?
Yeah,
it just
exactly.
trips you out.
Yeah. No, I don't really fly that much, or I don't really travel that much inside my time zone. But most often, I don't know, I just stay in my time zone, to be honest. I don't really go to many
The
places.
Europe
that are not
time
like-
zone's pretty big.
I mean, of course, Eastern Europe has their own, right? Finland and stuff, but I mean, everywhere that I've really gone back, the last couple of years, which isn't far, to be fair. I don't really travel that far. I mainly go to Sweden once a year, and that's about it. And obviously somewhere in the summer vacation, but I don't know, I always stayed in my own time zone. That's also so weird. Like, can you imagine just flying somewhere? Let's say I were to fly from like Amsterdam to Japan, right? Like, I wonder how screwed I would feel, because like I already feel like I don't enjoy my time on planes necessarily. Like, I don't mind being on planes, right? But like I'm not enjoying the ride itself, right? I'm excited for the destination, which helps, I guess, right? And especially then it's tiresome, especially airports. Now obviously that depends on the airport you're going to. I don't know how Heathrow is, for example. I don't know how Cardiff is, but for example, Amsterdam Schiphol Airport is, really busy. I believe it's the second most passengers in Europe in terms of airports. I believe it's behind Paris and
Heathrow.
Istanbul, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Heathrow too, actually, I'm not sure.
Heathrow is probably one of the busiest airports in the world.
Well, no, in Europe it was Paris that was first, I believe.
Hey Siri,
But I could
what's
be
the
wrong.
most busy airport in Europe?
Yeah, do we pull up the Wikipedia now? It's probably on
Heathrow.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. It says Heathrow. Hang on. Heathrow. Hang on.
No, it's Istanbul first, and then Heathrow, and then Paris, and then Schiphol. Okay, according to Wikipedia, on their list
me it
of
says-
most busy airports of Europe.
For me, it says Heathrow, then Istanbul, then Paris.
Wait, are you on
then
Wikipedia?
Amsterdam. Yeah.
Wait, what? 2022 is the last one, or is there a new one in the English? Oh, and 2023.
2023.
Oh, right, that Dutch one didn't have that one.
79 million passengers.
That's crazy, dude. Now the thing is, I don't think there's actually that many people necessarily going into Amsterdam, but it's like, it's kind of like a hub, right? Where all kind of, they just come
Not many
together and you
people-
have to catch your other. Like, same for London, I believe, though. Don't think many
the
people
fact
have
is,
holiday
though-
as destination, but
When it comes with London and stuff like that, I have a feeling a lot more people will come into London from mainland Europe via Heathrow compared to, like, let's say Amsterdam. Because if you're already in mainland Europe, you'll most likely probably just get a train there.
it
So that's what's
depends,
probably
really.
reducing.
I don't think a public transit is as great as people say it is. I mean, obviously I live outside of a big city, but even then, like, because I've traveled a lot by train, right? I've done the, do you know the Deutschland ticket? I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Like for €9, you could travel unlimited trains in Germany. So I used that, and I went to a event in the ice hockey arena in Cologne, and I went to Berlin. It took like 10 hours, and like every single train that day had a delay at any fucking, like, you know, any train station that I had to get out of. Like all the trains were delayed. So yeah, it's really
Yeah.
not all great. And obviously that happens with planes as well. I mean, last time that I flew from Stockholm to Amsterdam, I had to, and I remember this very vividly. We were just waiting there at the runway because everybody else went in front of us for whatever reason. It took us like 30 minutes before we could have taken off. Which is okay, I guess, but it's still very frustrating, you know? Now, with trains, I've sometimes had to wait like 2 or 3 hours on a delayed train, so... And never with planes, to be fair. Oh, I know it does happen, but I guess I've just been relatively lucky. Although I guess it helps that I don't fly often, so...
Yeah, well, especially with this time of year is probably the best when it comes to traveling by plane or train, because not many people are traveling at the moment. If you go summertime, that's when it gets chaotic.
Well, it also depends, to be fair, because, like, depends, for example, if in the Netherlands, a lot of people take the train to work or to school. So in that sense, it will still be very busy. So it also just depends, I guess, on the area. Because I know that the UK doesn't really do that, free public transit for students. So obviously you're going to see way less people on that train, because, well, why would a student take a car if he can go by train for free, right?
We have that, but for elderly over 65, I think there's the 60.
Yeah, that's what I kind of like that, to be honest, but we don't do it here.
Yeah, I reckon it is quite a safe passage there, doing that. But I guess when it comes to minus and stuff on travelling to education, stuff like that.
It's a little
I feel
crazily
like
expensive.
Yeah. I feel like, what's it called? The predicted bus pass, if I were to go to college in 2 years' time, I think it was about 150 quid per term, which is quite a lot.
How much is a term? Is that another word for semester, or?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
British.
okay, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, that's awful, mate. Now, I'm actually looking into taking, from Birmingham, I'm gonna have to take a National Express, is that what they're called?
Bus. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they're good or not, but I heard that they're
Good.
relatively reliable.
They're good buses, so I've taken them quite a few times.
Well, they're quite comfy, like they're kind of like Flixbus buses, right? Like those actual touring buses for longer
They are
distances,
more
right?
endurance buses.
And endurance buses, yeah. I like that a lot.
They have nice toilets and I've never used them.
Okay, so let's say I were to go to... Okay, so I've just put in the route from the airport. How long is that going to take me? 3.5 hours, and it's 47 minutes by car. Bug off. That's awful. That is
Going
really
from
awful.
where?
Sorry?
Where are you going from? Where are you going from?
From Birmingham, that would be.
Yeah, how do you think I feel, mate?
Yeah, but you're going by car, aren't you?
Yeah, it's about 8 hours.
But is it 8 hours for you to get to Donny?
Are you serious? How? I'm not trying to dox my location. Even though I said earlier, I don't care if my location gets doxed.
Yeah, but like, is it really 8 hours by car to get to Donington?
Hey Siri. How long would it take by car from Cardiff to Donington Park Raceway? Not Paddington. I'll just switch up on the phone. Get off there, Rig. Obviously, traffic as well. It will take me. I want Paddington Raid Reading. Why are there so many big places?
Yeah, Donington Castle exists somewhere near London as well, apparently, or Castle Donington. It's like the other way around, I believe.
Oh, I'm thinking of Bolton Park. It won't actually take me that long. Well, hang on, if you're going from Birmingham, and it's still taking you longer. It only takes me 2 hours and 47 minutes to get there.
Yeah, but Birmingham Airport, I don't know how close that is to the actual city, but...
Yeah, it's really close. You're going to be on the M20? No, you won't be on the M25. You won't be on the...
I don't know. I mean, so it first sends me to St. Margaret's, which is in Leicester, and then I gotta go to...
Big up Leicester.
Sorry?
Big up Leicester.
And then I gotta go to... I don't know where all this is. Yeah.
I don't you won't go past Canterbury. That's good.
Okay, well, so let's say we're to get out of the airport at that time. How long would it take me to...
What time is that time?
Well, I'm just double checking now. Yeah, I should be there by 8 p.m. Alright, that's fine. On the lot.
Anything from 4 till maybe 7 p.m. is like a no-go. Otherwise, you're just going to be sat in traffic for the rest of your life.
Sorry?
Anywhere between 4 and 5 p.m. when travelling in Cityway is like a no-go because there's something called rush hour here and it's awful.
Yeah. What does that mean? Does that mean it's just very busy or...
Do you not get rush hour in Netherlands?
I mean, I thought it was like a... I don't know, because I heard, for example, I thought you were... I don't know if this is like for the entire country, but I heard, for example, that at certain times, at peak hours, it's like more expensive to go by public transit as well. Or more expensive other things.
That's not true for here. I don't know if it's true for England.
I don't know, but that's what I heard in London. So I thought you were referring to that. But yeah, obviously we do have rush hour, but it's just not that bad ever. I mean, you gotta keep in mind, I live in a small city and the roads that lead to it are quite big, but there's not like a lot of big cities behind my city or anything like that, so...
What doesn't help is the town I live in, quite a small town. It's not that small of a town described. I think like 10,000 people or so. But we're on the linkway to both large cities, both capital and just another large city. And we're basically in the link road a bit, which doesn't help.
Yeah, fair. Oh, I just realized as well, are the bus stations, like, aren't they the other way around? Because obviously you gotta step in on the other side, no? Oh god, that's gonna... Oh, my head.
Buses, yeah, you're gonna be on the other side. So
that's gonna be so weird for me.
What also might be changed for you is, do you have stop buttons on buses?
Yeah, we do have stop buttons on buses, yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
I feel like that's everywhere, no? I don't think I've ever been on a bus without a stop button. They don't always work, but they exist.
Yeah, that's the same, yeah.
But I don't know how it works over there.
If you see someone in the black coat that looks very puffer jacket-wise, just avoid them.
Yeah. I figured.
Right. I'm going to have to head off and get ready for pit school now in 4 minutes.
Get ready for pit school, and I'm going to have to keep chat entertained for the coming 1 hour and 44 minutes, but I think I'll manage. Thank you very much for all the coverage you've done. And from now, it's just going to be me alone.
Crazy bays.
Alright, bye-bye, mate. See you later. Right, and therefore I'm now alone. That's sad, isn't it? Means that you can finally leave the Discord call, which is great. Right, so there's still 23 drivers on the grid, all still driving together. Currently watching Joshua Rodriguez, which I don't see on the entry list. Wait, what car is that? Rodriguez, I'm not sure actually. Interesting. I see a Rodriguez, but that's a different last name. It's Hugo. So different first name. Sorry, Hugo Rodriguez. So. Don't know exactly what has happened, but that doesn't really matter. Right, there is 1 hour and 43 seconds to spare. We've got quite a far way to go. I just realized my chat isn't working, so I couldn't really keep up. And there we go. Now I'm back in the chat, so you guys can all interact with me as well if you guys are still watching. you're just waiting for your teammate to finish your stint. They're coming to say hi, don't be shy. We're trying to cover the entire thing. And, well, currently watching the number 17, that's Rodriguez we're aboard with. Dan Pickles is now in the Porsche once again. So he swapped over. I didn't really see that before, but he has, so yeah. It's good to see. And Vanish finds himself with a stop-and-go penalty. I think they're gonna stop soon anyways to try and, you know, swap cars around because they're gonna have to. It seems like the field is actually quite close still. So at the moment we have Young in the lead. Also Nieuwenaar stepped into the car at P1. Especially now that the other drivers have had to pit as well. Finds himself in P1 again. It tends to happen obviously because they went in a little bit earlier than the others did. So I think we have seen, well, quite a big amount of swaps, and we can see that again for one more time. I think all roughly around the same time as well, because you're trying to, you know, get the max out of your stint timer. That makes sense, right? Because, you know, the more you stop, the more time you waste standing still. Which then costs time in the end, and that's really what it's all about at the moment. Time. Most drivers here are now on lap 98. A couple are already on lap 99. So soon we're going to see them reach lap 100 here. The car number 29 standing still. That's the car of Kovacs. They were standing before a little bit here. I wonder if they're going to keep continuing. I think they are because he's now driving again. It was great to see not giving up quite yet despite, well, what has happened. You know, sometimes you make a mistake. You're going to have to deal with it, which I really admire, you know. Currently driving in the McLaren, a tricky car, and looks like he's off again. Now also the other cars getting involved, so has to be careful when it comes to those cars that are being lapped. So yeah, Rodriguez here. Still doing his thing. Looks like the cameraman's really interested in watching him. We're staying aboard for a little bit. Not really. The in terms of endurance, it is definitely, you know, weird to get used to me at least. Right? The drivers that I do know are doing their thing and they're not really bothered by many fights. I mean, we've got a couple here. We've got Schar and also Waldhauser. We got Handke and Hill. And we've got Hewlett and Pickles. These two know each other quite well, I believe. So from the UK, I've raced in Amigos for a while now. And in fact, that's Craig Hewlett. And then Pickles, as expected. Now, Pickles is usually in the 296, if I'm not mistaken. Greg should be a little bit more comfortable in the Porsche, as I'm pretty sure he's used that before. I could obviously be wrong, but I believe that is the case. Beautiful lines taken there through Maggots and Beckets. It looks like Dan Pickles couldn't quite keep up, at least not through that sector. Now already getting closer to him. Yeah, that's basically how it's been going for quite a while now. Just these drivers kind of in their own business. It sounded like a weird noise coming out of that Porsche. I don't know if it's just me. Actually, now swap over to David Pickles, so that's the car behind. Looks like there definitely is potential to go for a move, but not now at least. So, despite the race, well, taking that long, they're still together and fighting for position. Beautiful to see, really. And they're both obviously very beautiful cars. Either the 3CD car is the one we've seen before. That was used by Christie for quite a long time. I've stuck to it. Beautiful to see. Craig Hewlett, however, is in a car and the livery maybe not that familiar to him. Now it seems to be quite a even field when it comes to the split of Porsches, McLarens and Ferraris. At least that's what my guesstimate is, as we can now see some drivers on lap 100. Crazy, really. That's what it is. Can you imagine how that feels, just reaching that mark, right? Just the fact that these drivers are all still in it is a achievement of its own. So not everybody's reaching it, at least not yet. I think we all will by the end of time, at least everybody that keeps on driving. David Hill here fighting off Handke. That is one of the Germans, I believe. Yes, indeed, that is the car from Vivid Global Racing. Oliver Jewick, Matthias Pritsch and Nico Handke. I hope I'm pronouncing the names right, but yeah, that's a team of 3. There's a couple teams of 3 here. For example, we've got also... I'm just gonna double check real quick. We've got... Where are they? Oh, yeah, DRL is one. Bert Macklin, Frank Castle, and Gareth McRae. Is one of the 3 team sides. I believe those 2 are actually the only one. No, there's also John Dudley, of course, with Richard Christie and Dan Pickles. So we've got John Dudley was actually racing. Because I've just seen him mainly in the stewarding chat doing his thing. Very honorable job at times. Doesn't always get the recognition that it deserves. So therefore, John, we are thankful that you're doing it. And we appreciate what you're bringing to the league. Obviously, it's always time to also be nice to the other people, right? Well, anyways, this is Nico Handke we're aboard with. Currently P6 officially. Now P5 after overtaking Young. Young has come into the pits. That's the number 747 car. That is the team of 2. That is Darryl Young as well as Matt Redfern, I believe. Wait, what's going on then? Why does that... Wait, what? Oh no, that is correct. Okay, never mind. I'm just stupid. I can't read last names. Okay, apologies, lads. Here we saw that David Hill created a little gap. It was Handke that went quite wide. But David Hill's gonna try and build on that as well. Tries to ensure that he can't get any slipstream anymore in the white McLaren. Normally it's a blue one. We'll see representing the true Scottish colours. It seems to be quite fast out there today. Charles catching up to Waldhauser. He is slightly quicker, but the times are very similar. So maybe the answer's not entirely accurate to see how that's going. And here we actually see the battle for the lead. So Waldhauser's leading by just above a second. And is the McLaren of Char. Well, getting closer and closer. Just hunting down that target, but not quite in a range yet where you're really going to feel that slipstream. At least not enough to go for an overtake. So as for now, they're just going to have to wait. I feel like the gap has gotten a little closer. Indeed, it has. It's now half a second. Make a way through Copse corner. Oh yeah, it's not. No, it's Stowe, right? Am I stupid? Yeah, that's Stowe, of course. Yeah. Copse is before. Then you have Packets, and then you have Stowe. So it's been a while for me since I've gotten to race on this track. Now I'm not that great when it comes to corner names, anyways. So all those technicalities that I have yet to learn, of course. But that will just come with experience, I think. The Porsche is still battling it out. For P9 and P10 respectively. Still led by the purple Porsche of Craig Hewlett. And Pickles moved over a little bit. Tries to see if there's anything that he can do. But at the moment, not really. So just following seems to be the strat for now. As we roughly got 90 minutes to go of this 5-hour endurance race. And it's getting late, so obviously these drivers will be feeling that as well. Fatigue definitely a factor, and obviously even though you can take breaks, it can be a little tricky to keep 100% in it, which is well the power of endurance racing, right? Look at, for example, the 24-hour of Le Mans. Look at the 24-hour of Dubai that's playing right now, Daytona as well. So endurance racing goodness, and well, part of the sport that I've learned to admire here. Nico Handke, well, flying through the corner there, now suddenly on David Hill's tail again. There now gets himself ready for a good exit as well. Actually has to hold in. It looks like might try and go side by side, but for now I don't think he's gonna make that. So he's just gonna have to bail. And it looks like there is potential though. So slipstreaming down the straight. David Hill will be feeling the pressure now. Another attempt to go side by side, but not quite yet. So simply waiting. 4 of them P5. This is an impressive battle we're watching. So far, it will still be the Scot leading that small pack of 2. The Crestetta's right behind that as well, actually, only on 5 seconds. I didn't really see them before, but obviously he's teamed up with Dominic, and ever since we've been watching, it's basically been Dominic Gies behind the wheel. And now maybe there's a chance into this, but do you want to go side by side into Maggots and Backets? Looks like they will, absolutely, but David Hill decides it's not worth it, so he's going to back out, loses the position now, and, well, now it's up to Hunt to try and drive away. David Hill is now the chasing car. Great move that was into Maggots and Backets. He had the balls to go for it side by side. David Hill decided it wasn't smart, and, well, rightfully so, gave him the position. I think it's worth that. I'm just going to stay aboard with David Hill for a little bit here. See if he can find that position back, but at the moment he can't. And now it's Dan Pickles as well as Craig Hewlett. They're still battling it out. They still have very similar lap times and still a very small gap between them. 2/10 is what separates them at the moment, and just a matter of time, I think, before we might see an overtake attempt. For now, it's just chasing, hoping that either one makes a mistake. Now, the car behind is actually a car that got lapped, so it's another car they'll be feeling the pressure from. So don't worry about that one too much here. Looks like David Hill's also losing a bit of time. He's now on half a second compared to Handke. Handke seems to be rather quick, and that's a small mistake from Craig Hewlett, I believe. He lost a little bit of pace, and it's up to Dan Pickles to try and make a move using that, but he can't. And now it's the number 3 Ferrari getting involved. Don't know exactly if that is one of these slower drivers. I believe that is. No, is that the number 13 then? I thought it was number 3. That could make it interesting. That means that the battle would be over from there on. That means they would get separated, obviously. When you let them pass, you kind of, well, have to take that into account. Now we watch Samuel Shar. He is the driver in the McLaren. Fortunately, no livery was loaded in, I believe, for that one. So it is just the straight up black carbon fiber livery. For some reason, it's always the McLarens that don't have their livery properly loaded in. I don't know if that's like a coincidence or maybe it just hasn't bothered. Ooh, that's a small mistake there. That is one of the Porsches there. Ooh, almost got close. It looks like it's managed to avoid him. That's car number 12. Now we see Craig Hewlett still ahead of the blue Porsche of Dan Pickles. Ooh, if you want to go down there, you have to leave the space, but I don't know if he even was entitled to that in the first place. Now they go side by side. It's still the purple Porsche ahead, and now he makes a small mistake, cuts over across the grass. Don't think he won any time, so I think that doesn't count as a track limit in that sense. Now the Porsche going down the inside. That is a good move by Dan Pickles, but around the outside, Craig Hewlett wants to try again. Be a bold move if you manage to stick that, but for now I think it's just going to have to wait. It's going to have to accept that it is now Craig Hewlett behind Dan Pickles. It's a shame really, but that happens, of course. Another McLaren going off the background. That should be the McLaren of Kovac, if I'm not mistaken, that is. Current driver number 22. So we have seen one disconnect for the time being. I'm not entirely sure who that is. Hard for me to tell, really. Fastest drivers on 105 laps. So yeah, that's a lot of laps, man. I can't imagine doing that ever. I would love to, but I feel like it would get really tiring, at least for me. Having to be on the limit all the time is just, well, plain impossible, I wanted to say. Walthauser, that's the current leader. That's now the blue Ferrari. They're getting out of the way as well. Obviously, you have to make sure that you leave space for that. And Will Sharp will happily take that spot as well. Baratta gets himself a drive-through. That's a tough penalty to hand out. Now, I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. I shall have a look at the Discord and see if we can try to figure that one out. In the meanwhile, yeah. So a lot of viewers spike up now. All right. Alright, Chico Lane for now doing the stewarding. He has handled it over. I believe that makes sense because, well, he's no longer driving. So it looks like they have split duties then. One of them on the... Wait, actually, how are they doing that? That's what I'm wondering now. Because I thought they were in the same team, but they're not. It is Chico Lane teamed up with David Hill. David Hill's driving, so... Chico doesn't really have to bother. Then John Dudley, I did see, I believe, on the driver's list. Could be wrong though, of course. Well, they are in a call, but I don't see John Dudley anymore, so don't know what that's all about. Maybe I was just wrong in the first place. Maybe I've just missed it. That's still a possibility, right? Doesn't matter too much here. Meanwhile, Stefan Waldhauser's lost the position and now it is Char leading the race again. It's taken a while. Stefan Waldhauser gave it a good go, but obviously in the end, well, he was a little bit quicker. So the Swiss driver now finds himself in P1. The Ferrari number 69 following right behind. Light bodywork damage, that shouldn't affect things too much, I think. That's really the only battle we're currently seeing as well on the grid. I mean, most of the drivers are simply too far off each other. Which makes sense. Especially if you consider that in the end all these drivers, well, you know, are kind of driving at their own pace, and with everything happening, things tend to split out. You already see it a lot in the races that are 60 minutes, let alone a 5-hour endurance race. And this is, well, Chris called it only a 5-hour race, which I already think is a bloody lot, really. Can you imagine how it feels like for the others, for the other drivers that are less experienced, for example, but also for me, the commentator. Alex is used to it. I'm most definitely not here. This is the longest stint I've done, 2.5 hours, I believe. Because for me, it's well, it's always fun to do, but for me, it's just a side thing to do. Obviously, I mainly focus on the Counter-Strike things, because that's where I originally come from. It's kind of my safe haven, if I can call it that. And, well, that's obviously also the thing that I earn my money with, right? I started a company recently. So, yeah, you know, this is something that I get to do for fun on the side. I'm very glad that I get to do so. I can only imagine. Frank Castle is now getting closer as well to Dr. Evil. It's the Latvian driver in P11. Half a second is what separates them. So Frank Castle now has something to fight for. making their way into that little bit more technical part of the circuit now, right before the straight. Wellington Straight, of course. Very well known. Obviously, sometimes that's where you can really see that this once was an airport, of course. Obviously, the entire track has been redone, but obviously based on an old airfield that was. We see the leader Samuel Schar leading a Waldhauser close by. Now the P3 is quite far away, so that's no direct concern, at least not for now. It's mainly the German driver that Samuel Schar has to be worried about, Waldhauser as well as his teammate, but that's for now just Waldhauser. Gonna have to come in one more time anyways, so then we'll obviously see something might change depending on how quick these pit stops go. It looks like Schar is at least quite comfortable at the moment. I see multiple drivers getting involved. Obviously, they are now making their way around. Frank Castle doesn't want to lose any time and makes the move as well. And made his way past Dr. Evil. Now you can see the Big Brain Racing car also getting involved. But as a result, we see that quite a gap has been created. Here we see Grim Harvey in that car again. He was in the YouTube chat a little while ago and now finds himself behind the wheel of the only Mercedes AMG GT3. On 5 laps he is. So we're going quite wide there as well. Definitely not ideal. Looks like he has recovered though, making his way over to Maggots and Beckett. Gaps are quite big for him, so it's all about damage control. Just making sure that you can get those consistent laps, and that's what matters most for them at the moment. Making sure you're causing no trouble when it comes to the back markers, obviously, as well. Or well, rather the cars that are lapping you, because he's considered a back marker at this point. Castle now obviously has let the Big Brain Racing car pass and now finds himself chasing the car instead. I don't think we're going to see much position changes there. Waldhauser makes his way past the McLaren and now can focus on Schar again. It's very wide as well from the car behind. I think fair to say it's been an overall good display. The skill that this league has to offer. The laps have been relatively clean. Don't think there's been many incidents. A couple touches maybe, but in the beginning, of course, these things happen, and after that, it's well been okay. I wanted to say, oh, that's very wide from Stefan Waldhauser. I think it's fair to say that that means the attack is over, at least temporarily. Then we switch over to Louis Petzold. That's another car that doesn't have the livery loaded properly, I think. Or does it? I see some accents though, so maybe it did. Maybe it's just fully black with the small details. That could obviously be it. It's kind of hard to tell from a distance. I don't think it was carbon, so maybe just gone for a very minimalistic look instead. In that case, I apologize for my earlier comments, of course. Gap's kind of expanding between all the drivers. It's not a singular gap within 1.5 seconds, at least for the time being. That's also part of the racing, of course. Not always easy to watch. And while this is a refreshing sight, Twisted are not in his usual black and yellow livery, but he's opted for the Optimum Motorsport livery instead. Obviously representing team when all else fails. The team we have seen in the regular league as well, where he was also teamed up with Dominic Gies. Let's go cancel. You want to hop back on the broadcast then, mate? You can. I'll join the voice chat again. If you want to come in, feel free to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. If you want to, go ahead, my friend. I'm back in and I'm sharing my screen. Not a lot has happened since you were gone. Couple overtakes and a new change for the lead, but that was expected after, well, the different pit stop strategies we were seeing. The slightly faster laps coming out from Sharp. Yeah, sure. Alright, cool, man. I've joined the Discord. We'll see you there, I guess. Hey, there you are. Perfect timing. Welcome back.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what happened to pit skill, mate? What happened?
Servers had an issue, so unfortunately it's not. And somehow Chris got SimClips got banned from chat in 5 minutes. So, you know, productive.
Wait, what Discord chat or voice chat
No,
or in-game chat?
From
What is-
Twitch.
Twitch chat even.
Mm.
I didn't even know he had Twitch. I thought he streamed on YouTube.
Well, he's got a Twitch account. He doesn't stream there.
Oh, he doesn't stream there. He just has an account to chat and
He
stuff.
just chat.
Alright, well, that's a shame, really.
Yeah.
But it was to be expected, of course. I mean, it's Chris, after all. Chris, right? We know what he can do sometimes.
It's true.
I mean, that's the harsh reality, isn't it?
Yeah, but you learn, I guess.
Well, he does it, obviously. So, well, that's a shame, really.
Oh wait, hang on.
Are they calling you again?
Hang on. I don't know anymore. I'm forgetting.
Wait, are they now calling you? Like, hey, can you come back, please? Interesting.
Hang on. This might be the shortest appearance I've ever done on the stream.
Okay, well, is it because John Dudley is entered the chat? Is that why you wanted to be gone? I understand.
John, I don't hate you that much. Don't worry. It's just Ricky's trying to blame me for not liking you.
Wait, what? Okay. I'm on
No.
3CD Racing. Good that I could.
Hang on, I
Couldn't
need to
take
check
part, but I'm there
that.
in spirit. Enjoying a cold cider after stewing that first bit of race. Yeah, it was absolute chaos. I was actually wondering, because I thought I saw your name on the entry list somewhere, but then I have a printout here of all the names, and I couldn't find you anywhere. So I was like, what has just happened? So I was a little bit confused as well what you were doing. But yeah, I saw you were active in the chat. Because you are signed up to 3CD Racing, aren't you? At least that's what I remember, I think. Yeah, enjoy your cider, mate, and I hope you enjoy the stream as well. Been a while since I've seen that name in the YouTube chat too. Alex has now disappeared again. He's off to take a call from the Pitskill lads again.
I don't know yet.
Okay, well,
Server's not up.
it's. I don't know.
Oh, it's up. Bye. All
All right, well, see you, man. It was good talk.
Good 2-minute talk. Have a good day.
Okay, well, that's our entertainment for the time being. Means you can now finally leave the Discord call again. Yeah, that was Aces, the shortest appearance Guinness World Record set. And you know, fun fact actually about those Guinness World Records. I've only recently found it out, but it's actually the drinks that started like noting the world records thing. I thought that was like just a coincidence. Those things happen, and I couldn't get in, sadly. Wow, that sucks, man. That's real unfortunate. But at least the cider's nice, right? See, I'm gonna be honest here. I've never had cider in my life. I think it's alcohol, right? Surely it is. I don't drink alcohol, so I'm boring like that, I know. or responsible. Just depends who you ask, really. My sister calls me boring. My mom calls me responsible. So it just depends who you ask, I guess. Yeah, it's a shame, really. Yeah, there were some issues in the beginning. That's why I missed dinner in the first place. So I think some sacrificing here for you lads is insane. We're currently watching Artyom Akharyan driving in P17, so a little bit more towards the back, but the lap times are actually pretty spot on, so might be able to make up some time. And with a 5.4 second gap, I think eventually we're going to see them fight. Obviously, depending on how the last pit stop goes as well for either team. Now you can see as well how big the gap has gotten between Shar and Waldhauser. It's a big margin at that. It's now 2.5 seconds. So yeah, Shar is simply faster and is simply more consistent. He is the only driver right now that is still doing 158. Apart from Young, he somehow had a wonderful lap there and gotten it into the into the 158s, at least for once. One lap that was. Just going off the last lap times here. Best lap time so far was a... Ooh, that is... A Porsche going very wide. It's just unfortunate that Yasser Rodriguez takes the... becomes the star of the show instead. I don't exactly know why the auto cam did that, which... Well, I'm experimenting with here. I don't usually use it. I tend to observe manually so I can focus... on certain elements of the race, but it does help, especially for such a long race going on. Makes it very difficult to see what's going on and, well, what isn't going on. So in that sense, I'm very glad that that's an option now. I didn't even know that was a thing until Alex told me like 2 weeks ago. There's 1 hour and 10 minutes left. It was crazy to think I've been on the mic for, well, 1 hour and 20 minutes already, basically. I joined here thinking that I was going to spend that entire time alone, but looks like Alex had some time. And then he also made another 2-minute guest appearance, and now I see even more Discord chats happening. Please tell me he's not coming back. Let's see if there were any... Looks like there was some incident though. Regarding the 747. I'm gonna have a look at that in the replay now. I have it on my second screen. Great job on comments, boys. Just over an hour to go. Great job. Yeah, it's well, an interesting one to say the least. Oh, but that's a big incident as well. Yeah, if that was caused by ping, which definitely looked like. Okay, so let's have a look at that again then. It is the 747 car falling behind and disappears and appears again right in front. Well, that's an interesting one. Yeah. And, well, Young rightfully pointed out as well that might have cost us a podium. So yeah, it's not been the cleanest race in that kind of sense. Some technical issues, and despite the driving standards being relatively high, I believe, I think it's fair to say that the server definitely hasn't worked in our favor today. We had some issues at the start, had to manually load in the qualifying results again. And then found ourselves in the awkward spot where we had some other issues as well. I had some technical issues myself starting off the stream. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's just a faulty USB port or something along those lines. Maybe just too many devices plugged in. I mean, I've got quite a few. I've got speakers, headphones, microphone, keyboard, of course. I got my wheel plugged in, my headset, webcam. So maybe that's why it all happened. Maybe we just couldn't handle that. So, yeah. Definitely not been the easiest for any of us, really. And obviously missed dinner as well as a result of the qualifying being extended a little bit. Free practice as well to get the server running and people having time to join. It's a little awkward, but it is what it is, I guess. At least we're getting ready to race now, which is the most important part. Ooh, Yasser Rodriguez makes a small mistake. Now going almost 3 wide. Yasser Rodriguez has to let him go, obviously. It means that is now Acharian moving up 1 position. Artyom gaining 1 position there in the Ferrari. That's great stuff. And meanwhile, the drivers in P23 have swapped over again. It's Corbelli now. Actually making his way up to P22 now. Forgot about that disconnect. There have been quite a few here. Now, I'm not entirely sure who has all disconnected, but I don't really have a way to check through that manually, so there are a few drivers that are gone, unfortunately, but it just tends to happen, I guess. Another drive-through added out, though, for Acharian. Was he the driver now with the immense ping? That is a theory that I have. And then involved in the crash with the Big Brain Racing car. The 747 that was. It definitely seems like a possible explanation. Because I believe that it was him as well who said that. Yes, absolutely. That was one of the Big Brain Racing lads that put it in the chat. Yeah, I believe that might have happened then. That's shame, really. If it was Artyom Acharian, I mean, he wasn't really fighting for a podium or anything along those lines, but still doing his thing, you know, P16, P17. But with that drive-through, safe to say that Yasser Rodriguez will be catching up, and in fact will be passing him as soon as he serves that extra pit that he has to make. Drive-throughs take, well, a relatively long time, of course. Especially if you speed, then it becomes even more expensive. Currently watching Yasser Rodriguez doing his thing in P17. The American driver, which weirdly enough I couldn't find on the entry list. So maybe I am the one just missing one of the teams now. It's kind of hard to see because I don't know who we would be signed up with. Maybe what I can do is I can check this screen. Can I see that then? Lavrov. I can have a look for Lavrov, I guess. Maybe I'm just blind, but I just don't see them. Were they a late sign up, perhaps? Oh, no way. He is part of the same team as... Wait, Lavrov is teamed of Artyom. Oh wait, he's the team of Reed. I misread it, that's why. But Reed I have seen, I believe. Maybe I'm just stupid. Where is that? Reed, I did see the name Reed, I'm like 90% sure. Oh yeah, here. They're part of Valley's Motorsport, the infamous upsets. Yeah, that's right. Joe Reed, Yasser Rodriguez. I remember now. It's just spelled differently, or maybe I've made a typo in my Word document when I set this up. Because I didn't have a lot of time to do so. But busy the entire day. Scheduling work and getting my paperwork done because, well, I am soon gonna register my company in the Netherlands, which shame really that Acharian got that penalty, but well, I guess it is well deserved, although I can't really tell if it was him. It's kind of hard to say because the livery isn't loaded in and he's quite far away, obviously, for the majority of the clips, so yeah, there's just no way to see that. Simply a lack of context in that case. Right, yeah, but it was Young involved into that one, so in the end, that's what matters most, right? He is the one that got screwed over as a result. The rest is kind of irrelevant in that sense. A little bit more than an hour to go. This time has now struck 6 PM, and ooh, that's a reset into the pits. Is that going to be... Wait, was that a reset or was it just a driver swap? I'm not entirely sure. names are different here, so I think it was just a driver swap then. Where's he gone? Nope, he's left the server. Oh, that's such a shame. There's 1 hour to go. So one more Portuguese driver who heads out. Now there is 22 drivers, no, 21 drivers still going strong. Lowest drive on 103 laps and the fastest on 118 already. So doing some quick calculations here. They have one more lap in this one and then roughly 30 in the next half an hour. So we're gonna see close to 150 laps even, which is well, really impressive. In fact, some of the drivers might reach that depending on how things go. Although they're probably gonna have to come in, so maybe not. Still, I respect that a lot. That's really impressive, the fact that these drivers are all still going strong, because after 120 laps already, I would be like, my brain would just be fried up. I don't think I would be able to think right, really. But I guess they can. It's just a kind of supernatural skill that comes over time, which, well, gives me the idea that I should start practicing more. See, 5 hours of this game isn't nothing. It's quite a big amount to be driving, especially if you're doing, well, longer stints. Now, stints have a maximum timer, obviously. That timer being 1 hour and 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So that would then mean that, well, obviously they have dropped drivers quite a bit. We can see in the meanwhile as well, Glenn Smith is the driver we're aboard with, as Artyom Ryan's driving slowly. In fact, he's standing still, I believe. So what has happened there? I see a black mark on the screen. Has he just been disqualified? Yes, he has been disqualified. All right. I have to look at that real quick. Well, that's a shame, but wonder what the call for that was. I think I'm gonna have a look at the incidents chat again. Yep, he has been disqualified, unfortunately. What a shame. What a shame. That's just the only word that I've got for it. Obviously, it makes sense, right? It's a safety concern for that matter. But I still would have loved to see, you know, them do their thing. And unfortunately, that really isn't happening anymore. So that is another DNF in the form of a disqualification for Artyom as well as his teammate, obviously. So they work with Glenn Smith, and I guess that makes sense. Lots of drivers coming in now. For example, we've seen Shark come in. So once again, giving over the lead to Waldhauser. But Waldhauser's going to have to pit eventually as well. Drive through for David Hill. That's also a tough penalty to hand out so late into race. Ariane is now undisqualified again, I believe. Once again back in P17. Don't know what has just happened. Difficult for me to say, really. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Because he was disqualified to me earlier on. That's what it said, but I guess he no longer is. It's an interesting one. Ah, well, these things happen, I guess. It is what it is. Alright, now that the gaps are getting bigger as well, I think it's time to just see if there's anything else interesting that we can see happening. David Hill, Chris Tedder, both in the pits. I wonder if that means Chris Tedder might have finished his last stint there. It's very possible that his teammate could be finishing it, that being Dominic Gies. German driver could be finishing the race. See as well how many cars are in the pits. I think there will be more to follow. Glenn Smith isn't one of them, at least not now. Stefan Waldhauser now finds himself coming around. As I see another incident on the map marked, is Harvey driving slowly. Car in P19. So he had to pit as well. Balthauser, has he gone past the pit? I believe he has, so he's not pitting quite yet. Now the gap for Char and Petzold is, well, quite significant. See, they still have to come in, right? We don't have a full grip on the amount of pit stops that have been done, unfortunately. But I think it's fair to say that they're definitely ahead when it comes to the pit stops. So as a result, Balthauser and Petzold are probably going to end up behind, especially if the pace for Char is as good as we think it is. But interestingly enough, there hasn't been a driver change, so I wonder what the regulations are going to say about that one. I don't think it matters. I don't think you have to swap every time. But I think it is safe to say that, well, you need to make sure that you at least, in any case... how do I say this properly? In any case, you know, pit and do your mandatory pit stop requirement, whatever that may be for this event. In the regular events, it's refueling. I wonder if it's the same for this one. I'm not entirely sure. I can have a look at the sim grid, see if that has some information. Amigos Silverstone 300 event, obviously. See now as well that GT2s have been taken out, obviously not showing anymore. Yeah, we're using Kuno's BUP as well. That might make a big difference. I don't think there is an update yet. The stint timers are 65 minutes. There's no minimum pit stop time, so... And there's a driver stint. Okay, so it does say driver stint specifically. Alright. That makes sense, that makes sense. Alright. See what else is happening then around the grid. I see that there's Chico Lanefire who just gotten himself into the car again. Currently 1.8 seconds behind Dominic Gies. So Dominic Gies will be finishing the race as well for when all else fails. Been very close to my heart, of course. Talked to Dominic for a bit, but mainly to Verstappen, of course, which, well, is a driver that has been helping me quite a bit when it comes to the sim racing stuff. I originally got into the league by coincidence because I was actually meant to do my first debut in something called VXSS back in the day. But that unfortunately never happened. The main reasoning behind that never happening is just that they couldn't fill up the grid. It was supposed to be a one-off Kialami event, which would have been my first cast for ACC, as I only really did Counter-Strike before. But in the end, they decided that they would be swapping that around. And, well, it got cancelled. So I did a couple races for them, but the season got cancelled midway. As a result, I think that also makes sense because, well, there just weren't enough drivers on the grid really. There was, I believe, roughly 10, and if you're watching a race around Paul Ricard, oh well, this is what it is, I guess. Currently watching Glenn Smith again, the 2ID racing team. Headed into Maggots and Backets, quite a big gap behind and in front. Now they are still racing for positioning over there. There's about 4 seconds of a difference though, which is, well, quite a big margin, obviously. No, it's 46 actually. It's handcaving a 4 gap. So no, I was wrong on that one. Apologies. Yeah, no real close racing as of happening. It's mainly back markers letting others pass, which obviously is the right thing to do. But it's a shame because I would have loved to see some closer racing towards the end. You know, battles, for example, between Hewlett and the other Porsche that was involved in that one as well. That was Richard Christie at the time. Yeah, it's been a good eventful race so far at least. So I'm happy that we, you know, at least got to see those battles. And now I can deal with it just being a little bit less exciting, a little bit less action. And, well, it is what it is, I guess, in that matter. Now, we have obviously seen that Alex will not be doing the commentary anymore for us next season. And it also means that we are going to have to look for a new commentator. So if anybody is interested in picking that one up, feel free to join our Discord and apply. Or, well, send me a message privately and I can try and help you through it. Especially if you don't have any experience. I'm willing to help you. Because I feel like that would be really good experience for you as well to pick up. And, well, I might not know the most when it comes to a set of course of competition. I'm still learning, in fact. But I do know quite a bit how you run an entertaining show. Having, well, a couple of years of experience when it comes to commentating, especially in Counter-Strike. Still aboard with Glenn Smith. Seems like the autocam is obsessed with him. Sharp with the drive-through. I'm just gonna enable and disable that. See if that makes a difference. Seems like it does, so I'm just gonna manually swap over. See if that fixes anything. And if we now get stuck on Dominic, then, well, at least we're watching a different car for a while. I see that Artyom Akharian now has a penalty. That is a stop and go 30. If I'm not mistaken, he had a different penalty before. But I could be wrong on that one. Interestingly enough as well, I saw that the car number 4, so it's the car of McRae, just had the fastest lap in the race. At least for his own best. A 159.592, so still improvements coming through, which is really impressive that late into the race. If anything, I'm real amazed at how that is happening. Alright, it appears it's stuck. I'm just gonna quickly reconnect and then hope that it fixes itself. Nuno Gomez, that is one of the drivers for the Mind the Gap team, of course. He is in the main team. I believe also the fastest team at the moment. I believe Moraes and Figueiredo are quite far back. In fact, I don't even see them anymore. And we also have Pedro Barata and Hugo Rodriguez, which I do see in P13. Maybe the second team is retired. I'm not entirely sure. I don't see them anymore, at least. And that does make sense because, well, there's been quite a few disconnects happening. Here's Nuno Gomez, P8 for him. So once again swap over to Dominic Giesteman. I selected manually earlier to spectate because it feels very fresh seeing him in this livery. Looks good on him, don't you think? I don't recognize any of the sponsors there. I believe it's an actual IRL racing livery. I don't think they've gone all out and made a new livery for it. I could be wrong, of course. Making his way through Maggots and Beckett. You saw as well that Chico Lanefar's quite close by. It feels weird to see that Chico Lanefar's back in the McLaren. Him drive the Porsche for a bit. He's taking the gamble on trying the Audi R8 for a bit as well. Has decided that wasn't that great of a plan. That was also his season where he struggled a lot with. And now we're aboard with the Dutchman. Pushing hard to try and catch up to Dominic Gies. This is still a position we're fighting for. Ooh. Disappeared in his back. And that could of course be my internet as well. Not entirely sure as to what that was. Right, well, the general chat's full of angriness. Yeah, there seem to be some issues as well for Craig Hewlett. Similar issue. It all doesn't help, I guess. Now we see the Buzz and Hornets car. The only Honda NSX on the grid. Driven by the sexiest man in the entire Discord, that being Cole Mooney, of course. Beautiful looking car, isn't it? And sponsored by Scania, which I like as well. Obviously a small bit of a trucking company going on. Didn't know he was into that stuff. Or does Scania make other things as well? I'm not entirely sure. I drove a Scania and Euro Truck Simulator. Good fun. It's one of my favorite games. I hate to admit it because I always thought that those games were kind of boring and I don't even know why I bought it in the first place. And then when I got my wheel, I decided to boot it up and actually figured out that, well, it was a lot of fun just driving around in the trucks and kind of stuck to it since. I believe it's also the game that I have my third most hours in. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not entirely sure. I did see that my hours in Counter-Strike are yet to be beaten, of course, which is not going to happen. Now we see Daniel Lavrov. He's taken over the wheel from his teammate. Artyom had some internet issues, some being related ones. Well, I guess happens from time to time. Not much that can be done about it. Okay, no, it's actually not. I forgot about Forza Horizon 5. Main played game is still Counter-Strike, over 4,000 hours on this account alone. We have Grand Theft Auto 5 at 400, and then we have Forza Horizon 5 at 140. Followed by Euro Truck, Assetto Corsa, Rocket League, and then finally Assetto Corsa Competizione. Interestingly enough, I thought I played way more of Breakfast too. I guess not. Yeah, lots of interesting talks going on general chats. It's a bit of frustration going on from either side. It's this man leading now, especially once Char got his drive-through penalty. Things were looking a little bit more tough, and now we see Stefan Waldhauser, the driver, in P1. Roughly a second behind is Handke. Which just shows how big the gaps have gotten overall. 45 minutes left of this race, which means that I've already done... Wait, how much is that? 1 hour and 45 minutes of comps. I can't believe it. Obviously, it helped that I had a mate to talk with. Definitely made it more fun. For me, these are stints that I don't usually do, right? Can you imagine how the drivers are feeling? Here we see Handke headed into the pits as well, so Charlotte moves on to second place, but still a big gap, that being we gotta say correctly, 1 minute 15 seconds. That's 3/4 of a lap, roughly. That's quite a big margin to try and make up in 44 minutes, but you know, you never know. Maybe they'll pull something out of the hat. And I'm not even sure if Samuel Char is allowed to finish this on the pit, on the stint timer. Interestingly enough, so don't know how that one's gonna end up taking place. As you see that Chico Lanefar still trying to catch up to Dominic Gies in the background. Try and go for that 5th position. The Dutchman's still hunting. In P3 we now see Patrick Ding, a name we haven't really seen before, but they have been very solid all race. Which is also why we haven't seen them much. Not really involved into any big battles. Just minding their own business. Getting in the faster lap times for driving in no man's land. So that's also a very valid strategy for them. And yeah, why not, right? Works for them, so... for wheel racing, that is. together with Lewis Petzold, which was the driver we saw for the biggest part of the stint. Perfect thing. Goes down the inside here. The McLaren's going to have to let him pass, of course, make sure there's no incidents and making sure that, well, he doesn't block the Ferrari for too long. Now we switch over to Matthias Pritje. You're still very much in this as well. 20 seconds ahead, 10 seconds behind. Dominic Gies is the one approaching from behind slowly but surely. But Matthias Pritje seems to be handling the gap quite well. Gap has remained roughly equal. We also see that's one of the free CD racing cars, so that's either going to be Dudley, Christie or Pickles. Well, in fact, it can't be Dudley. He wasn't able to join. It's Richard Christie in that car. This Pritje is the car to drive away. Here's Glenn Smith again. YD Racing, a livery we all know by now. It's a creative one for sure. I really like the kind of pastel colors that they've gone for. Well, some characters on the side that I do not immediately recognize. The duck, I believe that is. Looks really familiar, but I can't really put my head to it. Maybe somebody else in chat can tell me what that is, because I've got absolutely no clue what that could be. I think I remember it from somewhere, but I can't really wrap my head around it. It's not for now. Now, if I'm not mistaken, 2ID was also the team that Matthew Gamble was with for a longer time, but unfortunately he's not attending this race. Quite a shame, really. I would have loved to see him race. Oh, it's fun to see him. The winner of season 12, I believe that was. Then the Fast Italians came in season 13 and just, well, dominated the entire thing. And now, obviously watching season 14 already. Quite a big one. Christie so far doesn't have to let him pass. Gap's still too big, so he can just focus on his own thing right now. Don't think he will catch up on the straight either, so for now they're just fine. Alfa still got the 5-second penalty to serve, although I don't know if they're going to be pitting again, especially because his teammate was the one that had some internet related issues all along. Lane fast approaching rapidly here. So we're watching Gareth McRae. Really doing its own thing. Gap behind and ahead are both quite significant. But at least that's one thing that we ensure with the autocam. Kind of means that everybody gets into the spotlight once in a while, which, well, is great, right? Makes for good entertainment, to say the least. You see, that's also great to see for the viewers that are still in chat, diehards that are still watching all the way from the beginning to the end. You know, you can finally see your favorite team. They'll get all the well-deserved attention they deserve. Because everybody is still driving. I mean, respect to you. I don't know how you're managing to do it. But with a little bit less than 40 minutes remaining, we are slowly getting closer to the end of the race here. Most drivers will not be swapping anymore. Might see the last few drivers having to do so based on the regulations. It's a 65-minute stint timer. But that obviously means that you could do, everybody can divide this stints really into, well, 5 1-hour stints and have a little bit extra for the start plus the finish, or perhaps if, well, one driver's really feeling it, you can let them do another lap, maybe even 2. That will kind of be your foundation to go off. Now, I wonder how they're doing that, because have two teams, it's pretty easy to do, right? You can just decide to cut one bit a little bit short, go for an extra pit stop, or let one driver do qualifying and let the other driver start, and in that sense kind of find a good balance. Or maybe it's actually good that some teams aren't going for a balance at all. Maybe if you're less experienced, you'll say, hey, I'll happily do 2 hours, but the rest is just too much, so maybe I need a more experienced driver by my side. That also is a possibility, of course. This is Dominic Gies we're watching. Lane far is getting really, really close now. And the McLaren is obviously a car that he's very familiar with. He's been using that in season 11 and I believe also in season 12. And then he decided to change it up for season 13 and is now in the Porsche. That's at least how I remember it going. Dominic Gies is a little bit less familiar as well with the car. I believe he's a Ferrari main. Could be wrong though. Here we see Chico Lane for now from his POV. You see how close they're really getting here. Towards the end, things could still change massively. We've got yellow flags for a little while. Looks like they're going again. Ooh, small mistake by Chico Lane Far. Managed to keep the car going. Not cost him much time, just a couple tenths perhaps lost there. Simply not getting the grip that he wanted to. Gotta keep in mind as well that, well, even though you will change tires sometimes, you know, you're still gonna feel degradation. As you watch the basically all white McLaren of Chico Lane Far. I'm very curious to see if he can potentially go for the overtake. At the moment he cannot here. So get ready to once again make their way over the Wellington Straight. Got a line as well taken there by Dominic Gies. During he uses the maximum of the track, but even then it is the Dutchman still right behind. And also P5, well, not out of reach here for Chico Lane for either, so rightfully so, going give it his everything. And with 35 minutes on the clock, I think it's fair to say that could still go either way. It is currently Dominic Gies leading, the German driver. Making his way into Maggots and Beckett's. And the white McLaren following right along. Both making it through safely. The helicam really shows how quick the drivers are both going. As for now, no changes. You saw as well that the Amigos Racing League car, that is their original livery for the Spark 24 hours, virtual 24 hours. Not entirely sure which one that is, not sure who is organizing it, but taking a part of that, it's pretty cool. That's even more challenging, right? Then you see as well that the track temperature as well as the lighting, you're gonna see change in real time, right? So it's gonna get dark somewhere, the sun's gonna rise, it might be right up in your face, depending on the times you're racing at. Of course, you're not going to be racing the entire 24 hours. Chico Lane for giving it a go. Tries to go around the outside here of Dominic Gies, but gonna have to back out. Worth a good shot, I'd say, but they don't really work out. How long can Dominic Gies keep up this defense is what we're all wondering. Goes very wide there. Might open up a potential switchback for Chico Lane Far, but not quite yet. So still waiting in behind. Planning correction once again by Chico Lane Far, but I don't think it lost him too much time, especially considering he's in the slipstream. Farther sending that car into Maggots and Beckett's. It's really crazy to see sometimes. We swap over to Tom Solis driving for Team LFI. It's one of the cars to have. He's a teammate of Dr. Evil. Then we've also got the number 2 Alex Jones and Paul Anderson, which I haven't seen on the grid for quite a while, so I think they've retired from the race. Tuke Lanefar's made his way past David Hill now, but Dominic Gies still not giving up. Still side by side, but I think he's ahead now. Fortunately, we didn't get to see the move, but it is the Dutchman now moving up to P5. Sorry, it was Solis in P11, the driver we just watched. Hence the confusion. Yeah, he's very much ahead now. Making their way over to the same straight once again, the Wellington Straight. You can see as well that the slipstream's playing quite a big part. No problem for Dominic Gies to try and stay with him. This makes me wonder as well, who has chosen their car based on the current Kuno's BOP? Normally you run the LFM BOP, but temporarily it's been switched back. Here we see Daryl Young as a driver that was the unfortunate victim of a big incident by our chomp, from whom I've forgotten his last name. More incidents? Well, a couple. Nothing major though, so. Looks like the driver swaps aren't working properly for everybody. Doesn't help, of course. There we see Dominic Gies once again. Still following the Dutchman right behind. If you're wondering why I'm a little bit more quiet, my throat hurts quite badly, so I've just taken one of these, well, I don't know what they're called, but yeah. One of these little things to ensure that I can last throughout the entire thing. Because, well, I've got another long day at work tomorrow where I'll be on the cast for 2 different teams in their ESCA adventures in Counter-Strike, obviously, as always. You'll see me on the channel of Senshi Esports around 4 p.m. CET, and then I'll be back at 8 p.m. as well to commentate a team called Stars of Europe, Finnish team in ESCA Intermediate Season 48. Senshi Esports is currently a main team. They seem to be struggling a little bit, but more on that if you're interested on the Senshi Esports channel. Here you see Adam Hartz sharing the car with Craig Hewlett. Now taken over, and he'll be finishing the race. Less than half an hour remaining as well. The only B96 still doing its thing as well. B96 is dying. 296 in the 458. I'm so bad at the... Is it a 396? I don't know, man. It's... Ferraris to me are all just one big blur. I've never been a fan of them. That sounds kind of weird, but... Don't like the way they look. Personally, if I had to, you know, choose a car to drive, I'd probably choose the McLaren. So I'm a big fan of the BMW as well, the M4, which is the car that I normally use in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It seems to handle relatively easy compared to the rest. Still definitely tricky though. Obviously a very different car to drive with it being front engine. Gonna make quite a big difference here. Tends to be a little bit more understeery. My preferred driving style, simply because I'm not really good at handling it, and because of With a lot of front wheel drive cars, especially on LFM, made it a little bit easier for me to adapt to those as well. Still a big change, of course. Particularly, I've been a fan of the Renault Clio Cup we're holding. It's a really fun car to drive. It's a one make, one model cup. And every single car in that league has the same setup as well. So you don't have to fiddle around with these setups. The only thing people need to do is ensure that they can keep it all together around, at the moment, Autodrome Most. If I can check, yeah. Track that out. I'm considering visiting in the summer for the first time for TCR Eastern Europe. Don't know if I'm actually going to, but I would definitely love to. If I have the chance, of course. Even though Dominic Gies has been passed, appears that Chikuli Lanefar's got himself a 5-second penalty. We have Young on a drive-through, and Lavrov is still on that 5 seconds that he got very early on. I believe roughly half an hour ago he's got himself that penalty. Still yet to be served as well. Young has just served that penalty as we speak, or maybe it's been removed, maybe it's been appealed, I'm not entirely sure. Although that's not really relevant for us, is it? The thing that matters most is that Chico Lanevaar will be losing the position again. 5 seconds is hard to come by in those kind of environments. I think we all know that by now. We can see Joe Reed lifting a little bit, ensuring that the other car makes its way around. Want to be getting away the way of these faster cars, of course, and actually gives you some opportunities as well. Copy their lines. That's a number 2 car as well, I believe that was. Even though I do see that the gap is slightly increasing between Chico Lanevaar and Dominic Gies, I don't think I can pull off the 5-second difference here. As a result, we'll be seeing that being moved over. Ooh, Joe Reed takes a little bit of grass, clips it, but seems to be handling it alright. Vin Vanish is back in the car. Only Norwegian driver on the grid. Brakes are shot. Right, I just saw you moved over to the car. I just mentioned it on the stream as well. Great race though. Everyone has been real clean. I mean, obviously, when it's sim racing, those kind of incidents happen from time to time. Can't really complain about any of that. But I think it's been a relatively clean race, especially for Amigos standards. Obviously, our normal events are in 2 splits. I commentate the higher splits. Whereas Alex, the commentator that you saw, handled the first 2.5 hours of the race. He's the driver that was responsible for the split 2 commentary. The swap, they've been well changed over since last season. And as a result, I got to see the faster drivers, and as a result, obviously, there's some more clean drivers because they're simply more experienced, right? And therefore, I know that in the second split, I know that some people have really doubted the no cleanliness in of those races, but in this event, which is open for everyone, it's been really clean, so I can't complain. And well, I hope you guys enjoy your stay in the Amigos Racing League. We host a endurance racing league on Mondays, consisting of 90-minute rounds as well as 75-minute rounds and 60-minute rounds. I don't think we do sprints anymore, 40 minutes. We used to do those. Don't think they're in the current calendar, although could be mistaken. It's been a good race, and let's hope your teammate can finish off the job. I have to check. There's at least no more sprint races left if they were there in the first place. Obviously, we had that one ping incident, which I'm going to ignore, but what I saw when I was eating dinner, because, well, I missed my dinner thanks to the race getting delayed a little bit. As a result, I didn't see that much of it, but it's been relatively clean, I've been told. So yeah. And then when the rear brakes dying, and Vin now just told me all of them are shot, so he's suffering the last 25 minutes. Well, It's only 25 minutes. That's nothing compared to the 5 hours that you lads have just done. So don't be too harsh on him if things go wrong in the end. Obviously, everybody's tired. Cars are really used up at this point. And that's okay. That's totally part of how it should be. Now, I'm yet to see a endurance race live. Had a good opportunity to go to the 3 hours of the Nürburgring Fanatec GT Challenge in the summer. Taking it as well. Yet to buy tickets, but I am basically going. But the concept of endurance racing is still kind of new to me. So for me, everything we're seeing here is just an amazing show. Now, having a blast, so it's good fun. Yeah, absolutely, mate. You can just wait until you figure out how fun it is to be on the comms side. See, I normally do another game. I normally do Counter-Strike. It's just a side thing that I do. So for me, it's just kind of cool to, well, broaden up my expertise a little bit, right? Get into a new area and hopefully making the swap to IRL racing next year as well. Or, well, this year rather, but racing season's yet to start, at least in at my local circuits. I wonder as well how many of these drivers we'll be seeing in Split 1 or Split 2 next time round. Season's still open. I believe the sign-up is closed, but there being 5 or so weeks left, we should be getting new members in March. So if you're interested in that, make sure to check it out. Always a blast to do so, of course. Right, let's see what is happening in the Miwa then. Dominic Gies is slowly losing pace, and in fact, he's now 3 seconds behind. So maybe, just maybe, Tuco Lanefar can pull that 5-second gap, running him the 5th spot here. Dominic Gies has to make sure that he can stay within those 5 seconds to ensure that they get the 5th position. It's going to be an interesting one. Gaps increased a little bit, but not enough at the moment. Currently watching Daryl Young, which interestingly enough is, in terms of lap time, the quickest driver at the moment. His last lap time was a 157.677. The stellar lap, the only 157 on the grid right now. Sharp was close by. He found himself on a 158.007. Not quite hitting the mark, but very, very close. And, well, I wonder if he's eventually going to beat that still. Obviously, car's running kind of low on fuel now, so the lap times will increase in that sense. But the tires also aren't the freshest anymore. Here's to see that one play out later on. This is Gareth McRae making his way through the sharp right corner over here. Needs to make sure he gets the brake marker in. Looks like that was totally fine to me. A bit wider, and now makes his way onto that straight again. On little left side kink coming in, and then fully on the throttle over towards the Wellington straight once again. Some racers here getting real close to driving 150 laps together, 75 per person. That's a lot of Silverstone. That's impressive. I don't know what else to say about it. Neither the drivers aren't fresh anymore. That's a very valid point. You know, I don't really do sim racing that often anymore. I don't really have a lot of time, unfortunately, because, well, trying to make this commentary thing, especially in Counter-Strike, into a full time thing. But when I do have the chance to do so, I am already tired and my shoulders hurt after roughly an hour. So how they're doing it, I've got no clue. It's just a skill issue for my part. That's what it is, really. And there's 18.5 minutes left. Both drivers will indeed be feeling that. Luckily, half of the drivers doesn't have to step into that car anymore, which is, well, great. Dominic Gies now on 4 seconds. Can Tuco Lanefar pull a 5-second gap towards the end? That's the question we are all asking ourselves. Kleinwachter still in the lead. Gap between him and Char is 13 seconds. Gonna be difficult to try and make that up. Needs to be a second quicker per lap. Basically, even try and get close, but even then he won't really make it. So, Char looking to get for that second place. If he can catch up. Now, there's no threat from behind, so he might as well push as hard as he can. Maybe he'll be able to do it. Maybe Kleinwachter makes a small mistake, allowing for that to happen. Dominic is now 4.5 seconds already. How is this gap increased so hard? That's a ridiculous number. Makes me think that Dominic is struggling. And there it is, the 5-second mark. If he can just keep pushing on forward, Dominic doesn't seem to be able to catch up. And therefore, what can he do? Now on board with the leader. Andreas Kleinwachter gets into yet another lap. That's lap 141 for him. Still pushing hard, meeting back markers all along. Obviously, not worth going side by side with the race leader. You saw the Ferrari back off a little bit there. Not really fighting anybody at the moment, so you'll lose a little bit of time, but ensuring that the race leader can make his way through is the most important part. Here's Andreas Kleinwachter. Still leading. Nothing has changed. Here we see Patrick Ding. A 296. Here you can see the differences between the Ferraris. It's the car we're currently watching, the number 13. Is the more newer addition to the game, of course. Using the slipstream to its fullest there and then going side by side and overtaking. 2 flags, so no surprises there. Patrick Ding, I mean, he's had a stellar race as well, to be fair. Like, can't say anything bad about it. He's gonna be finishing the job and eventually gonna finish up in P3 if things stay this way. I mean, the gap behind is 42 seconds, so that changing would require a massive change in race pace for Breach, setting lap record after lap record. So as long as he keeps his head cool, Patrick Ding should be fine. He's the number 4 driver for Vivid Global Racing. P4 at the moment in the car number 70. A German driver. It looks like we have quite a few of them on the grid. Chico Lanevar is now off. Created a 6-second gap, so with the 5-second penalty should be fine to finish it. So unless that penalty gets harshened up, or something along those lines, we'll be seeing a P5 coming in for the Dutchman here. A honorable result, to say the least. No real fights going on either. It just seems like everybody's kind of minding their own business. 15 minutes left of the race. Looks like the incident reports kind of slowed down. This is Glenn Smith, 2ID driver. Reminds me of the beautiful livery Maffei Gamba used to win the championship in season 12, although I have probably mentioned that before. See, that's the thing as well, right? I've probably told the same story so many times, but in the end you're just going to forget about what you said. You're so caught up in the moment. And obviously fatigue is playing quite a big factor. It's going to be 10:30 when I'm done with the race, which is no big deal to me, but obviously I'm gonna help when it comes to feeling the freshest here. And then obviously gotta go straight to bed. Tomorrow is yet another day where I gotta get out of bed early. Because tomorrow we're doing more work again, of course. This is Richard Christie. Driver we all know by now. No Darren Christie inside, and no Jack Christie inside as well. He's the only driver at the moment from the Christie family. So to be handling his things quite well. A significant gap to Gomez doesn't mean basically means he's not going anywhere unless he can somehow catch up 10 seconds, but they rely on Gomez to make a mistake. Behind him we have McRae. McRae still very far off as well. 54 seconds is not able, well, it's not possible really to catch up anymore. Looks like some drivers are going to finish on roughly 148, 149 laps. Impressive amounts here. So, yeah, I can only say that that's incredible, really. I can't imagine ever seeing that for any racer. Like, I can't imagine how people do that. We see Alex Jones. Is he headed into the pits? He is. Very late pit stop. Is that then the stint timer coming in? Or is it perhaps another thing? Maybe they're running out of fuel. That's a possibility. This is Matthias Jensen. I'm trying to stay away from his second name, although I don't know if that's an actual name or is that just a nickname. To make sure that I don't pronounce it wrongly. So I'll work with him. Because I like that one so much. Adam Ostrigard. Sorry, I was only halfly paying attention. I was catching up to the Discord real quick. See if I had missed anything important, but turns out not really. What is that? Am I hearing tire noise then? Is that a slow puncture? I don't know if you guys can hear it on the stream as well. That's kind of bonky. I hope it's not too bad. I don't even know if he knows it himself. I think there's a way to check for me, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have faith that it all ends up being alright. Big puncher would be massive, of course. I don't know as to what sense that's demonstrated as well. Could just be low pressure as well, obviously, but are we gonna see much of that? Now, I don't know if they make any, you know, I mean, they probably make some changes to the tires for the endurance races, but I don't really know how anything of that works, to be honest. You see the track slowly but surely cooling down, but still alright. Therefore, we're almost done with the race. Only 10 minutes remain. Duke Lane first created the gap to ensure that he finishes P5. Other than that, there's not a lot of races here. Here we see Go Rodriguez in the Mind the Grab free car. One of the two teams that will finish for Mind the Gap. I believe that's a full Portuguese roster, if I'm not mistaken. Probably an esports team of some sort, which always makes me very happy. Here we see McLaren is still not giving up either. That is Joe Reed. Maybe an attempt to get closer, but the gap is 40 seconds, so I don't think it's going to happen. So you're just going to keep pushing till the end, you know, see what you can get. The faster you finish, the better, right? With time also hitting 7 PM now. Here the weather's still looking quite lovely out there. Oh, it's getting a little bit darker, of course. And well, what a good stint that has been for most of the drivers that are currently finishing. I don't think I've seen much big mistakes. I mean, too many geese, unfortunately, couldn't keep up the pace. With Chico Lanefair, once he's made it past, there's just nothing that can be done against this. Here's Finn Vanish. Norwegian driver once again, the only Mercedes AMG on the grid. And of that variety. I love as well Cole Mooney. A667 Honda. I kind of like that, you know, just a little bit more variation. Can you please bring back the Nissan GTR? It's not going to be competitive. I have a feeling it would be fun. In the end, I don't know about you, but for me, fun is the most important part. Roughly 4 laps to go. A little bit more. And we'll find out who can be crowned the winner of the Amigos Silverstone 300. Dominique is somehow on 10 seconds now. Don't know how this happened. Absolutely no clue. That's such a big margin as well. Looks like we'll have 21 drivers finishing the race. Going back to GTR, we love it. Yeah. I mean, it's not very viable, but, me, growing up, as a kid, obviously you kind of become obsessed with JDM cars, right? And obviously, I remember very clearly that I live close to Assen, the Netherlands, so the T circuit in Assen is quite close by to me, the MotoGP track. And once a year they have Japfest there, lots of Japanese tuner cars coming out, lots of risers, lots of Hondas with fat exhaust. But I remember seeing a Nismo GTR there for the first time, and I fell in love. That thing is absolutely beautiful. Probably still one of my favorite cars of all time, but doesn't really seem to be competitive in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Yeah, I'm obsessed for sure with the GTR. You know what? I'll cut you a deal, okay? Next time we see an Amigo special event, I want to see you in the GTR, okay? You've got no excuse now. We need to see it out there, and you're the one to bring that to me. That's your task. Japfest at Silverstone in March, I believe. Yeah. Now, it obviously is quite a bit bigger, I think, compared to what we have in the Netherlands, but still fun to see Japfest come to Assen once a year. I believe they also do something similar in Zandvoort. I believe it's called Go Japan or something along those lines. Still one of my favorite events to go for. We will. Alright, that's a deal, man. I can't physically shake your hand, but I've just reached out a virtual handshake to my monitor. I can't wait to see that one. I hope I'll be on the mic again. I'll be a little bit less active on the mic during the week on the Monday Racing League, because obviously I do this voluntarily, and I don't want Chris to pay me, of course, as well. I mean, kind of a shame. I don't think it. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels wrong for me to charge money, but obviously, in the end, this is my only income at the moment, so therefore, I gotta prioritize paid costs over this, right? That's just how it is. And yeah, in the end, there's not much that can be done about it. Now, probably won't visit Silverstone myself anytime soon. However, I will make sure that I come over to the UK. In fact, I'll be going to the UK in late April. This bump it is. Yeah, seems good, mate. Seems good. And yeah, I'll be visiting the beautiful circuit of Donington Park for the first time in my life. Seeing the BTCC season opener. I've kind of been obsessed with the British Touring Car Championship. I believe the full name is Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, something along those lines. I've always kind of really liked touring cars. They just somehow appeal to me in a way that other cars kind of don't. And I find it hard to explain why that is. I just really like the fact that you can tell what like car it is, right? It's like just an everyday car that they've, prepared like crazy. Same for the GT cars, of course. These are all street legal cars that obviously you can't just buy. Well, I can't because I don't have that kind of money. But if you have that kind of money, you can buy them. And for some reason, that's just much more appealing to me than, for example, a prototype style car or, even an open wheeler for that sense. Not saying that I don't enjoy those, but I just enjoy them a little bit less, I think. Here we are aboard with Daniel Lavrov for TOZ Motorsport. 4 minutes left to drive, so roughly 2 laps. I think they'll manage 3 because they're currently halfway through the lap already. It's 2 minutes is about it's a little bit less than average in terms of lap times, but with the race pace, everybody being a little bit tired as well as tires not being at the best. That's a very good lap around this time. That was your fastest lap. Maybe it's a little bit below average, but now that's really impressive. So we'll be seeing them finish their last couple of laps up. And it looks like the top well, I want to say top 8. Maybe top 8, 7 has been decided already, right? I don't think we're going to see much changes in that anymore. I think the gaps are simply too big, and it goes for basically everybody at this point. Well, that's the obviously thing that comes with endurance racing, right? You're gonna eventually lap people, and gaps are just gonna keep increasing. So you'll see less racing action, especially towards the last part of the circuit, like the last part of the race. You saw it when I hopped into the mic, so that is roughly 2.5 hours ago. That's where you can really tell that, you know, some battles were still very close. And we saw the battle between Gisa and Lanefar. Eventually Lanefar made his way past it and created such a big gap that now finishing P5, even with the 5-second penalty. And looks like 21 drivers will finish the race. 2 minutes left on the clock. I think it's fair to say that very soon we see the car number 69 in the hands of Kleinwachter. Seeing them enter their last lap of the race. So WKS Racing will be winning the race unless something major happens, which I doubt will happen. But let's see. Stefan Walthouse has done a good job as his teammate as well, of course. Keep in mind this is a team event, so all the things you're seeing here on the grid are a team effort, of course, in the end. There we go. Now we can see the number 69 car about to
Okay,
over the finish.
leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
And there, indeed, you can hear it now. The leader is on the final lap now. It means that everybody finishes before him can get to do another lap, and everybody that then finishes behind them is done for the race. And that means we are getting very close to the end of this. Currently aboard with Richard Christie, the man in P9. Has closed down the gap a little bit here, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough towards the end, I'm afraid. I think you just saw Gomez go off in the distance. I believe that's the number 999. Yes, there it is on the straight. That's still car number 70. That's Pritchett. Right ahead him as well. See Chris in the chat. Chris, how is it going? Well done, lads, in the commentary. Thank you very much, mate. Very much appreciated. But we're not done yet, of course. We've got the last lap to go, and then I can finally go to sleep. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. It's been a very good race so far. We had Alex entertaining the chat for quite a bit, and he stayed for a little bit longer because the pit skill race got cancelled in the end, and then later on it actually ended up still taking place. It was kind of weird. But yeah, it's been hanging with me for quite a bit, making the commentary a little bit easier, especially on my side, because, well, yeah, there's still like a little bit of experience when it comes to the sim racing, of course, which I'm slowly but surely working on. Here you can see as well for the last time down Wellington Straight, it is the number 69 car. You see it on the minimap. And then he'll be finishing the race in P1. And well-deserved race that was. Shark got kind of close, but in the end the drive-through penalty was what cost them. I very much appreciate you guys' feedback as well as the positive messages in the chat. Because for us, obviously, it's quite a intense thing to do, right? 5 hours have come straight. So managed at the start, managed to get there.
Leader has finished the race.
There we go. There it is. That is the leader finishing the race. Kleinwachter in P1. And it will be the Swiss man, Samuel Schar, to finish in P2. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Patrick Ding to make it through. But yeah, the issues in the start managed. That's the reason I missed my dinner here. So gotta say sorry, man. I appreciate that. My mom was screaming at me, by the way, but it's all fine. She'll calm down eventually. Here we see Patrick Ding finishing the race in P3, and as well as the Mercedes AMG finishing the race. Right beside him, that is in P20. Congratulations to Vivanish and his teammate as well. They were in the chat for quite a bit. Thank you guys for all joining. It's been an absolute pleasure so far. Here we see the number 4 car. We're still waiting for Lanefar and Giese to come in as well. And look at the gap he's created. I don't know how he's done it. Maybe different tire strategy, maybe something along those lines, because in the end, Dominic Geese just simply couldn't keep up anymore with Chico Lanefair. He gave it a good go, gave him a run for his money. That is now Pritchard in P5. It's just a matter of waiting until we see the 747 come across the line. That is the car from Young, of course. As we are currently aboard with Hugo Rodriguez, trying to finish out this lap as well. Chico Lanefair now finishing the race in P5 despite the 5-second penalty. Dominic is going to really get closer. Here's Hugo Rodriguez finishing the race in P13 as well. We have one more driver to cross the line, and that is Dominic Geese. Still takes home a honorable P6, so I don't think we're going to be too frustrated with that one. Congratulations to the winners, podium drivers, and everybody else who has finished the race. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for the support as well in the YouTube chat. It's been an absolute pleasure providing you guys with commentary. Now we'll see that once again my webcam's not working. Alright, so I had a little bit of an issue, but I think I've kind of managed to narrow it down now to what the issue potentially could be. So yeah, game sound goes to 0. I can close out my game. The only thing that I gotta say is thank you guys all for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all for coming by. Thanks to Chris for organizing the event, as well as the other lads from Amigos. For example, John on the stewarding box. We've seen Chico help out as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to provide the commentary for this event, and I hope to see you next Monday for the next round of Amigos Racing League. Now, I have to really cheat. What was it again? Oh yes, Alton Park. All right, well that's gonna bring some chaos with it, of course. A bumpy, narrow track can be tricky to get right. So I hope to see you guys in that one on Monday, and then I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys all for watching the stream. We're gonna play some more drum and bass like we always do. Maybe I might pop on a new different playlist. I'm not entirely sure yet, but as long as it's copyright free, I don't think anybody cares about what it is. So yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Thanks to Alex for being such an awesome co-commentator. And I will see you guys into the next one.
I could hear it, I remember. I could hear it in the wind, that melody that they would play every single day to remind us it was over. And it went over.